Preservation Board for September 1st, 2020. First item up would be roll call.
Okay. Member Hausauer?
Here.
Member Massey? Member Hazen? She's here. She's muted. Member Lucas?
Present.
Member Hawk?
Here. Wow.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Nesberg?
Here.
Member Warner?
Here.
And Chair Reeves.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item up would be adoption of the agenda.
Move to adopt.
Is there,
I'll second that motion.
all right, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay. Next item up would be the announcement.
Okay, let me pull that up here. So section 30-3.5 of the Land Development Code establishes the Historic Preservation Board, including its composition and duties and authority. The Historic Preservation Board procedures are set forth in section 30-4.28G of the Land Development Code. Appeals of the Historic Preservation Board decisions are to the City Commission and must be filed within 14 days from the date of decision by the Historic Preservation Board is reduced to writing and served by certified or registered mail. The appeal procedure is specified in section 30-4.28G of the Land Development Code.
Okay, thank you. That brings us up to approval of the minutes, which there aren't any. And that brings us to old business. Mr. Kamala.
Sure. Let me get that loaded up.
Also, these are really. Why don't we have any minutes?
They're not ready yet, apparently.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and read the first petition under old business, petition HP-17-51, Edith James, owner, ad valorem tax exemption, part 2 for the addition of a master bedroom suite, a front porch, relocation of windows and doors, replacement of existing windows, a new carport and connector, a new chimney, a new courtyard wall and fencing located at 716 Southeast 4th Avenue. The property is contributing to the Southeast Residential Historic District.
Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, sweet.
Yes.
So this property is coming in for a part 2. It already has had approval of its part 1 ad valorem tax exemption. It was approved through HB 1751 on December 6th of 2017. Which is when the ad valorem and the project were both approved. Staff finds that the requested action or finds that the improvements completed do match those that were approved through the COA and through the Part 1 ad valorem tax exemption application. And staff finds that the requested action as presented is consistent with the City of Gainesville's Code of Ordinances, Article 4, tax exemption for historic properties, and is recommending approval of HP 1751 Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption. And I do have before and after photos if you'd like to see the project. So these are the afters of the exterior. And they did have a lot of befores. So the project, a lot was done on this project. I think it turned out really nice. Pardon my scrolling. We will get to these are the befores. So it is a pretty big change to the exterior. And I will also note they have some really nice gardens now in front of that house too. They did some really nice landscaping. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Bill, you'll need to conduct the rest of the meeting for this one.
Okay. Are there any questions by the board of staff or the petitioner?
This is just a tax exemption, right?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. If there are no questions in regard to this and no questions from the public, I'll entertain a motion to approve or a motion.
I make a motion to approve HP-17-51, Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption. Beautiful.
Second.
Do I, second? Okay, who's our second?
Kara.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We need to do a roll call vote for that.
Okay, very good. Roll call.
Hausauer? Hausauer?
Think
Shall
you're
we-
muted.
Sorry about that. Aye.
Okay. Massey?
Aye.
Hazen?
Aye.
Lucas?
Aye.
Hawk?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Nesberg?
Aye.
Warner?
Aye.
And Chair Reeves, are you recusing yourself?
Yes, I abstain.
All right. Motion passed.
All right, next petition, petition HP-19-39, Eastwood Construction, agent for Andrew and Shema Coffee, owners, amendment to previously approved certificate of appropriateness for modifications to new construction of a single-family house and an application for modification of the east side building setback line located at 210 Northwest 6th Avenue. This building will be a non-contributing structure to the Pleasant Street Historic District.
Okay, so this is an amendment to a case the board saw in 2019. The reason it's coming back to you is because changes were made to all 4 elevations, and they are further seeking a modification of setbacks. Staff is recommending this approval of HP 1939. And I will let the applicants, they have a presentation for you to run through specifically what those changes are. But if you have any questions of me at any point, be happy to answer. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
And am I speaking in turn? Sal, did you turn it over to me?
Yep. And I'll turn my screen share off and we can get you to screen share.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everybody. I'm Andy Coffey. I'm here with my spouse and co-owner, Shima Coffey, and we are requesting approval of what I expect you will find minor revisions to plans that were previously approved. And once Shima shows me how to share the screen, be happy to show you the details.
There's a green button that says share screen. You can see it.
Yeah, I've got it open. Open. Oh, it's open. We'll try this. Oh, that's the wrong file. Here. Okay, can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being patient with me. Okay, here's the front elevation. On the left is what we are now proposing, and on the right is what was previously approved. And I'll walk you through the specific changes. We're proposing the same roof, the same windows, but with a 4/1 grid pattern rather than the 2/2. The same siding and trim, same doors, and same masonry piers, and wood frame porches, and stem wall concrete for the main house. This is what was previously approved. I'll come back to this slide. And this slide will show most of the revisions. So the floor plan changed a little bit, and I'll show you that in a moment. And as a result, the roof over the porch on the second floor is now a hipped roof. The roof pitch changed from 9/12 to 8/12. We added a 12-inch overhang. That was actually a condition of the previous approval. The window pattern changed to 4/1. The column detail is a little different, and the side porch entry detail is a little different. And then the window proportions are slightly different, and because the kitchen is now in the front, to maintain the same proportions of the window openings on the first floor, we are using flower boxes, which family looks forward to using for herbs in the kitchen. And so this slide shows the change to all of the elevations. Happy to come back if any questions. This slide might show you all what we're trying to do here. So the floor plan expanded a little bit behind the side porch. So the stairwell now projects out to the side. And there's also a porch that wraps around the back. And that's about it. I have a few additional details. This is the window trim detail, and I included the porch framing plan just to show that the porch is wood framed and the rest of the house is on a stem wall. And in addition, we're also proposing to shift the house over 1 foot further to the east, closer to the neighbor's house. I'm comfortable representing that the neighbor has no objection. And we previously had approved the setback modification to 4 feet, and now we're requesting to further reduce it to 3 feet. And this slide just shows the neighboring house to the east and the west. And the one to the west is actually one that was approved at the same time as the initial approval, and it's presently under construction. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I have one. Oh, actually, let me add one thing to that. In reviewing the plans over the weekend to make sure we are proposing everything that might potentially change, we thought of 2 additional items and ran those by our architect, Jennifer Langford, who gave these modifications her blessing and proposed proportions for the additional French doors on the balcony and a modified window on the back porch. And so I'm requesting approval of everything on this slide, which shows the revised elevations with an alternate west side elevation that includes the French doors and adjusted window size in the back porch, and just in case we decide to do that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any board comment or question for the applicant?
Is there an explanation on the change to the windows, the 2-2 as opposed to 4/1? And does board know if that's consistent with the neighborhood?
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to answer that question.
Okay.
As far as an explanation, I asked our architect to make a recommendation, and wanting to deviate as little as possible, I asked her if the 2/2 would also be appropriate, and she advised that she would not consider changing that detail without reconsidering all of the details for the whole house. In short, the 4/1 was her recommendation for the details of this house. And that said, I have my wife's permission to say so. And look forward to your comments.
Okay, any further comments on the windows?
I didn't get the answer. It was, so does the board agree that 4/1 is consistent with the vernacular?
Truthfully, no, it's not.
No.
The vernacular typically in that neighborhood is either 2/2 or 1/1. You might see on a more of a craftsman house a 6/1, but the 4/1 is not really a pattern you find pretty much in any of the historic districts except for newer houses.
Yeah, or a 3/1.
Yeah, 3/1's another one, right?
Question in regard to the exterior window sill detail there. I noticed the bottom of the sill extends beyond the casing, the outside vertical line of the casing, which I think might present some performance problems. Not to direct what to do there, but where you see at the bottom sill, when you project outboard of the casing, that's a tough condition to have weather well. And in most of the examples I'm familiar with, there is not an apron, which is noted as a 5/4 by 6 trim, hardy trim. Jay, I don't know, jump in there on that one.
It's not typical, you're right. Typically on the exterior of the house, it would be cut off even with the casing. On the interior, it does extend a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of a combination of an interior look and an exterior look.
Yeah. But, it's pretty minor detail that I don't think really be perceivable from the street. So in that case.
No, I wouldn't object to the total package on the basis of that. I just think it'll be a problem.
Yeah, I would leave it to them in this case.
Yeah.
So I guess getting back to the windows being 2/2 versus the 4/1, Andrew, was there a reason? And I also didn't get the explanation for, do you not like the 2/2? Did you decide you didn't like the 2/2 look?
Can you see us now?
Yeah.
I like both looks, but I really defer to the architect's recommendation. But I'm also happy to defer to the expertise of this board in adhering to the character of the neighborhood and precedent for the district. to the extent my wife is also in agreement with that.
Good.
Is
Hey,
Yeah,
this-
I want to thank you for coming for the board, because a lot of the things you asked, I don't think anyone would have asked about, like a 1 foot move. So thank you for that. And my only recommendation would be with the windows. I would go with whatever is consistent, whatever the board has to recommend on that.
I would agree with
Yeah.
that. I think staying with the 2/2 might be a better option, but
The 4-light upper sash is really a much more contemporary look than period appropriate.
I would just say that it kind of boils down to, do you want to have the lower sash clear without anything interrupting your view, which is what you're showing us does. If that's the case, then you would go to a 6/1, which is kind of a Craftsman look. Either that or a 2/2, I would think would be more appropriate to the neighborhood, just because there isn't a lot of vocabulary over there.
Don't we also see 2/1s? So
2/1 would be a rarity, and
Uh,
probably more than likely mismatched windows.
Is this
I
your
think-
guys' personal property, or is this a property that you're working on?
Oh, this one is for our personal residence.
Okay. Has anything with the siding changed? Because it looked different on the drawings.
No, the siding is the same. It was just the lap siding was drawn in on the
No worries.
original.
Making sure.
Sorry, I've got a 10-month-old who's
Okay.
actually he's the reason for the additional square footage that we have tonight. I would be very happy with a condition to permit, if acceptable to the board, to permit either the 6/1 or 2/2, if we could have the option of implementing either after further consideration.
Would you repeat that?
I was saying I would be happy with a condition to permit either the 2/2 or the 6/1, so that we could talk about it more and get input from our architect. And then
Yeah, we don't have to force your decision tonight, but like Jay and Bill said, those are the, two good options.
Mhm.
And you can pick from those.
so
Okay.
we need to make a motion with that condition.
Yes.
I'll make the motion. So I'll make a motion that HP 19-39, which I believe is this number, be approved with the condition that the windows be changed to either 2/2 or 6/1 as a final decision.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Was there any public comment on this one?
Yes, sir. We have one person named Thomas Hawkins.
Okay.
Mr. Hawkins, if you are on the line. Hold on, he seems to be speaking. Are you hearing him?
No,
No.
Just one moment.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chair Reeves. I live to the property. It's just to the east of this. I just wanted to let y'all know Mr. Coffey wasn't misrepresenting anything in his statement that we had no objection to the side setback modification. That's actually up against our rear property line. So probably about 14 feet at least away from the rear of our house. So it's not, from that perspective, not a significant modification. I actually like the revised elevations for the east side of the structure, the window arrangement. that's going to face our direction, I think is an improvement over the last one, which we were also happy with. So I think in closing, I just say I really appreciate y'all's close attention to the details and would lend our support for the application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, then we've got a motion and a second. Roll call, Sal.
Sure. Member Hausauer,
Aye.
Massey,
Did we lose Danielle?
No, I apologize. Aye.
Member Hazen,
Aye.
Lucas,
Aye.
Hawk,
Aye.
Hill. Member Hill,
Aye.
Nesberg,
Aye.
Warner,
Aye.
Chair Reeves.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck with the project. Oh, look at that cute baby. Oh.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see it, guys.
Good to hear from Tom.
Yep.
All right. On to the next item, petition HP-20-3, Joyce Ebono, owner, ad valorem tax exemption, part 2 for construction of masonry walls on the east and north property lines with a fence on the northeast corner, add awnings on the front and rear, reconstruct a freestanding garage, and interior remodeling for an existing single-family dwelling located at 719 Northeast 5th Street. This building is contributing to the Northeast Residential Historic District, also related to petition HP-18-107.
So this project is located, it's zoned RSF3. It is for the ad valorem part 2. This board did see the part 1 come through the COA in 2018, as well as a modification to the COA and the part 1 ad valorem in February of 2020. The improvements completed do match those that were approved through the COA and the part 1 ad valorem tax exemption application. Staff finds that the requested action as presented is consistent with the City of Gainesville's Code of Ordinances, Article 4, tax exemption for historic properties, and is recommending approval of HP 20-03, Part 2 ad valorem tax exemption. And again, we do have before and afters. Having not been a part of the original part of this project, I will say I was really impressed with some of these changes. It really did a credit to the history of the house. Here's all the afters. As you can see, they kept a lot of the character defining features of the property.
Yeah, she did a really nice job.
Yep.
Yeah, they were very impressive.
And some of the befores. Front elevation before. Kind of some of the interior details.
Oi. Yikes.
But yeah, there's a good deal of work done on the property. But as I said, I think a lot of careful thought went into it, and it came out really nice. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
So this is just for ad valorem tax exemption?
Correct.
And Bill, you'll need to cover this one too.
Yeah, okay. All right, is there any question of the board members? Any question or comment from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve petition HP-20-3.
Second.
Second.
A lot of
We have
seconds. Who wants to
We're
claim a
good.
second?
Yes, please, more of that.
yeah, second, thirds, and fourths. Okay, all in favor? Roll call.
Okay. Who was the second? Or who do we want to elect as the second?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay. Member Hill.
There's so many, just pick a name and assign it.
All right. Member Hausauer?
Aye.
Massey?
Aye.
Hazen?
Aye.
Lucas?
Aye.
Hawk?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Nesberg?
Aye.
Warner?
Aye.
Chair Reeves.
Abstaining.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Right, I believe this next item we heard at the last meeting. This is petition HP-20-40. Doug Nesbitt, Atlantic Design and Construction, agent for Andrew Martin and Sarah Farmery. Owners, certificate of appropriateness to construct an accessory dwelling unit, swimming pool, addition, and associated modification to the side setback, located at 633 Northeast 6th Street. This building is a contributing structure to the Northeast Residential Historic District.
Thank you. And again, this is something that we saw at last month's meeting. So I'm not going to go through all of the original plans, but I will say that in the new plans, the applicant has provided a revised application addressing a lot of the concerns that the board had at last month's meeting, and staff is approving. Staff thus finds that the requested action as presented is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards, the Historic Preservation, Rehabilitation, and Design Guidelines, and is recommending approval of HP 20-40. And with that, I will let the applicant, they have a presentation. They would like to go through those changes with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, this is Doug Nesbitt, Atlantic Design. I don't know if you can hear me now. Oh, there we are. Great. And I'm gonna, if we can share, I'm not sure if Sam's on yet, and he can share the same 3D model we shared last meeting, and I think we've made some changes to that you'll be able to see the modifications we've made. I don't know if Sam's on yet. Double check here. Oh, there he is. Great. I made a short list of some of the main issues we talked about last time, which were just missing some details, and then also roof change on the rear garage. We also modified the windows on the garage side at the behest of the board. We explored the dormer, but that doesn't really work, but we did kind of look at that and explore that. Just added a bunch of details to the drawing. Sam, if you can share the 3D view there too, so we can kind of start looking at those, especially with the changes to the back to the garage, that'd be great. A couple things that were modified on the administrative end and that have been changed on the model here are we had not included standing seam roof, so that now that's included on both structures. And also we've added board and batten siding to the garage. Not to the main house, we'll stick with novelty siding there, but on the garage, we'd like to go with a different, and to also denote that as a new structure, not to interfere with the existing historic structure. So that's a change. We did add, you can notice the brackets on the roof, as well as on the original house. Not sure, I have a whole list here. Carriage style door on the garage as well to try and blend in a little more. Also on the elevations, you'll notice we updated the elevations and tried to include existing features such as the fence and existing vegetation to kind of at least portray that this is not a home that's just in the middle of nowhere, right? You're not going to be able to see the views that we're presenting on the elevations. You can see that we've included existing trees, existing fence. Those elevations get broken up by the neighbor's property, by the neighbor's landscaping, by the landscape that's present on the home now. We didn't change. We explored changing that the portico, the new carport, trying to get a slightly smaller size there, but it really starts squeezing the ability to get in and out, open doors, and how useful it is. So we kept that to the same size. So we are asking for the same variance as we were before. We did move the garage back slightly. We had a discussion at the last meeting about, the historic placement for that would be as far into the corner as we could. We're up against the 7.5-foot easement, the GRU easement at the back of the property, and we are matching the proposed variance for the side yard there.
What do the windows look like on the south side of the garage now?
Sure. And maybe with the 3D view, we can see those better. We did change the window. Pretty much 3 facades of the garage have been changed as far as the windows. It's hard to strike the balance there between, we're happy to add those windows. We also are cognizant of windows on the second floor at a spot where we're right up against property lines or close to property lines. We're trying to strike the balance between having something there to break up the massing and also still provide privacy for neighbors. So it's a fine line to walk, and we've tried to take the input of the board and also make it look nice. So I don't know if the board has any questions. I'm happy to go through anything. I know we had a pretty long discussion at the last meeting, so I'm sure there'll be some questions and discussion here. One thing I will point out actually before we move forward is trying to tie in the existing foundation to the back foundation. It's hard to see, especially there's an existing fence. I'm not sure that'll stay, but we were trying to treat the new slab in a way that matches the existing foundation. So that's on this new updated rendering.
Well, I do have one question. On the 3D drawing, the peak of the carriage house seems to be at the same height as the house itself, but on your other drawings, it's a substantially taller building.
That has mostly, oh, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
That's okay. It just looks like it's substantially taller than the house.
It is slightly taller than the house, and the reason we changed, for one, we changed the direction of that roof.
Right.
After our last meeting, and we could keep that at a lower pitch, but then when you're looking at the lower pitched gable, it ends up being odd looking. It doesn't look, it just didn't look correct. So we went to matching the pitch, which makes the roof taller. We felt like it was okay since it's so subservient in the back, and moving it back on the property line was one of the reasons we really wanted to do that. But it is taller. This view shows it, and that's mostly because of the perspective of it. It is taller than the home. But these elevations are trying to show you, what this house looks like from the street, rather than basically what's an impossible view if just a strict elevation.
Right. I like the changes to the carriage house. I think it's a substantial improvement. I think it's it's a much more elegant solution than what we saw before. I would say 2 things. I still feel that it's too tall based on my comment a minute ago. And I don't really understand why you need the easement, the complete 4-foot setback change to the south side in order to accommodate it. that was the bigger question, not the east side, it was the south side, because it takes it right up to the neighbor's fence line as opposed to someone's back. And since the pool can shift, is there a reason why that has to be? Because by the time you get the overhang on there, you're 2 feet from the fence.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, that's lining up the driveway there. The way we come through the carport and line up the driveway, it can shift over. It does squeeze everything together. We're asking for the variance on the carport, and it would, we can also, it'll work for lining up the carport or lining up the driveway and garage. I think that could be moved over slightly. I don't know that we can get to a point where we can get it all the way off of the setback line. So we've left it there for the moment. We could explore that still. I'd have to talk to obviously our clients and see if we can make that work.
I mean, it's just such a tall building and it's right up against the fence line. That would be my only comment, my only concern about it at this point.
Okay. Anything else, Doug?
I don't have anything to offer at this point. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I know that we had quite a bit of discussion last time, so I'm anticipating that there'll be more questions and comments. So.
Okay, let's go to board comment then. Comments on the board or questions for Doug?
I know you already mentioned this, but the fence that is already there, you guys are proposing to keep that?
No, we're not necessarily proposing to keep it, and we're not really looking for any board approval from the fence. That's more to show that there is a fence existing there now, and that's, before we had shown the property with basically no landscaping, no plantings, no fence, and I felt like it misrepresented what the look of the property was. So we kept the existing fence, tried to show where existing plantings were to give a little bit more perspective on what the home might look like, and what you might actually see. Right. I think that was kind of more the idea of anything else.
But Kira, that being said, I don't remember if Andy and Sarah put the fence up or the previous owner, but I don't know that fence got approval.
That's what I was going to say, like whether it comes down or not, it still needs to go in front of us. Especially with all the fence-based stuff that's been going on lately.
Sure, and we're happy to come back with. We don't have a defense design at this point. I know that they'll want a privacy fence on at least the 3 sides. I'm anticipating that we also have some type of gate or fence on the face, but that is not what we have not proposed anything at this point, and we would certainly come back before the board if we put a fence in.
I was more asking because I think that with the fence being there, it does hide some parts of it that we were all slightly concerned about before, like the change in elevation from the original slab to the new slab and the carport and such.
Absolutely, and I guess that's what. And the intention isn't to hide it, but more show that it's not that visible, right? And we have there. I also have some pictures from other homes in the area where it's not the same condition, but where you can see changes in elevation and that are very visible, or that have been hidden by landscaping. So the intention is not to hide it. It's just to show that it exists, and there are other conditions that might add to the look of the property rather than just this perfect view from anywhere on the street. So. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure.
Question and comment. Is that addition now to the east stem wall, slab with stem wall, or what?
No, it's slab on grade, and I think we mentioned it. We talked about this last meeting, and the reason for that is to accommodate the second story without extending above the main roof. You actually step down from the main historic structure into the new addition. You'll step down into that, and then it allows for the 2 full stories and to keep the roof below that main ridge line on the front of the house, so you don't end up with a little piece of gable poking up above the ridge, and you don't end up with or the front slope continuing back and a little hip there. We've definitely tried to keep the addition behind the main structure at every turn, both in the north and south elevations and on the at the ridge. So that's really the reason for that construction.
Yep.
So that's just a slab with a mono footing, is that it?
That's right, monolithic slab for the addition only.
Yeah. All right, the other is a statement. I think there should be a major effort to move the detached structure as far north as you can manage.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Like I said, I'd want a little bit of feedback from our clients, but also, at the last meeting we had talked about trying to, and maybe this is just me misunderstanding, but we were trying to kind of tuck that more into the corner rather than out. So I think we have some leeway there. Like I said, to remain functional, it has to be somewhat over, just so we can get the car in and out of that portion of the garage. But I think we do have some ability to move that north. Like I said, that's matching the variance there that we'd be asking for is matching the existing carport. I'm happy to explore that.
If you could get that over 2 feet, which would give you, what would that give you? 5 feet to the south? That would be better, I think, personally.
I agree.
I think that's doable. I believe that Andy and Sarah are here with us, and maybe they could weigh in on that if they have any opinion on it.
Yeah, this is Andy. Sorry. Sarah's still on her way home, so she didn't make it in time. But we would definitely be okay exploring if we can move the garage northward a little bit. Like Doug was saying, we were going for kind of alignment with the carport, so that it's a clean line. And that kind of coming back to the fence, we would probably look to remove that front-facing fence because it doesn't, really match anything else. But the other fences were existing prior to us. Did Rick put that fence in? Correct. Yeah, it's Rick's fence.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
There is currently fence around the whole property, though. So,
yeah.
And I imagine at the end of this process that would get replaced, and of course that would have to come back before the board to get approved.
Well, the carport's so attractive, you don't want to hide it anyway.
Great.
No, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. It looks.
No, yeah. No, I mean, I absolutely agree. I think that's why we would probably remove that front fence in front of the carport. I mean, it's like 90%.
Do you see the column details on are they the same as the front columns, the carport?
They're not. They're imitating without being exact. The column detail on the front porch is a little more ornate. We tried to make these similar, but not exactly the same.
Okay.
We don't want to match exactly those historic details. They are going to be new, but we did go with the brick, with the large top there on the column, but they're not quite as fancy as the ones on the front. Okay. But we did try and match those details without being perfectly matched.
It's very nice. It looks really good. Did you change the roof line on the addition since we saw it last month?
I don't think the roof line changed.
Really?
It does look a little different, but we did change it to, like I said, I think we had a shingle roof on it before, and after talking that back through,
Huh.
And Sarah would like to go with the standing seam there. So
It doesn't look as boxy.
I don't know what
The other side, the other side. Keep spinning, keep spinning. Spin there, right there. There you go.
It is broken up a little bit, you know, between the keeping the existing rake of the roof coming down for the main structure, and then the way that it boxes out around the stairs, gives it a little definition and breaks it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So, you know, and again, we went back. A lot of the stuff that we talked about last month was kind of detail oriented, and that was, we realized that was maybe lacking from on our design. So tried to show that more with siding details and you know, brackets, doors, things like that, to not only to show that in the drawing, but it gives you a better idea of what it'll look like and what our intention really is. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to show this so that you can see it and what our intention is, so we can you know, be more accurate.
Well, it looks really nice.
Yep. I appreciate that, Liz. You know, we're very committed to the neighborhood and preserving as much of the history as we possibly can. So we're willing to put in as whatever effort is needed.
Okay, any further comments? Danielle?
No comment.
Anybody?
Does anyone have any objections to anything that's there so far, or anything that they want changed?
Well, other than the setback to the south, I'd be willing to make a motion if we're at that point.
Well, let's first, did we have any public comment?
Not at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Elizabeth? You ready to make a motion, Elizabeth?
Oh, sorry, you cut out. Yes, I would make a motion to adopt HP 20-40 as proposed, with the exception that the carriage house be, how do we want to phrase that? Located as far to the north as possible with a minimum amount of setback change, or do we want to put an actual number on it?
Well, you're already going to get a reduced setback for the carport, so that's where your delineation is, but we're asking them to move it more to the north if possible.
Right, so a minimum of 2 feet to the north?
Additional 2 feet from
And
the setback reduction.
Additional from the setback requested, not from the original actual setback.
Right.
So how do we want to phrase that? That we're only going to give a setback exception for the garage for 2 feet as opposed to 4 feet?
Well, the proposed exception from the what I'm seeing is 3.5 feet. And you were.
I think it said 4 in the plan, but in the paperwork, but maybe they can jump in. Because you're right, it does say 310 there.
Well, it's right here, out from front of it, it says 3.6.
Where? Oh. Yeah, well, that's 3.6 from the fence line. So they want to, I'm saying that it's supposed to be 7.6, right?
Supposed to be 7.6, correct.
And they're asking for a 4-foot exemption, making it 3.6. So I'm saying we only give a 2-foot exemption, which would make it 5.6 from the fence line. Do we want to phrase it that way so we're specific?
Well, I think this was contingent on them getting the driveway to work too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would, if I can jump in, Mr. Chair. We're happy to, I think we're happy to move that over. I would, if we had a number we had to hit and the driveway didn't work, I think that'd be a little bit tragic after all this to go back for you again. But we're, I don't know if there's a better way to phrase that. If it's a minimum 5-foot setback on the garage, and then we can move it further, if we can. We're happy to do that and work with staff. I'm not sure how that, how that works as far as coming back just for that variance. But of course, we're happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, I just don't want to get in a situation where we just leave it up to the fates and then, no offense, you move it 6 inches and that's not acceptable.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I would defer to Jay and anyone who's got more experience on how to structure this exception to make sure that it hits all the bullet points.
Well, 5 feet is a workable amount of space for you to get back there to maintain the building. And, but the problem is, I understand that the driveway situation is kind of driving this. That's why, 5 feet might be a compromise. I don't know.
Oh, you can't turn the car? You can't steer the car? I mean, it doesn't have to be a straight shot back to the apartment, right? Does it? I mean, I look at mine, for example, and my carriage house is with, it's at least 7 feet off the fence and people drive back there all the time.
Yeah, but you're able to back up. You're able to turn your car around and then pull straight back out. They have to back that car back up.
That's a good point.
Very good point.
I kind of like the idea of the driveway being straight on because I know about people backing up into things, and so I understand the setback thing, but with what they're trying to do there, a straight shot for that driveway is a better call for public safety.
Well, not public safety, better call for their porte cochere posts. But I mean, I'm thinking about the neighbor to the south, and I know that that's a big mass of building right on the fence line. So what do we want to do? I mean, how do they think they're going to turn around? Andy, are you envisioning that you just back down the driveway every time, or is that garage not something that's going to get used on a daily basis?
Hard to say for sure. I think probably, yes, I will try to back out of there. But to your point, there would probably be a car in the carport very frequently, so it'll be not regularly used. Also, for what it's worth, I did have a great long conversation with the neighbors to the south, Rick.
Okay.
He did say, I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize anything he said. He did say he doesn't love that it's a large building, but he didn't feel the setback was the reason that it would be a distinction. It's a big building regardless of how close it is. So he said, I would never get in your way of doing it, was his statement.
To the point of the backing out too, that's the current situation with the driveway now. It's a single lane driveway, so if you pull in, you have to back out. It just makes it longer in this way. We're not changing the function of the driveway. There's no turnaround space.
I have a question, and I know this is something that I asked on the last one because it is like I think it's really nice of the neighbor to say, they don't want to stand in the way. But I mean, it's not only this neighbor, but it's like future neighbors too. And I think, we see a lot of garages that are on the property lines in the neighborhood. I mean, I know I see that, but this one is just the bigger issue is it's a 2-story garage apartment that's going up. And then there's windows sort of right looking into the neighbor's yard. I mean, and I'm not exactly sure what's behind this, but I mean, is there a way to rework those windows where, I mean, at least if it was a mass building where you don't have the privacy loss on the south side? I mean, because I would almost prefer to see a shift. You've got those 2 windows there, but just from a privacy standpoint, maybe if they were not there, thank you, Sam. Maybe then there's just a way to sort of, then it's, because I don't know that it's the mass as much as this sort of loss of privacy. Yeah, what are those windows right there?
In the shower.
Mm-hmm. They're
that's
so,
about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I was just going to address that if I can. So at the last meeting, we got a little bit of feedback that the building seemed too massive and the massing was too much without being broken up by the windows. I don't think that we or our clients are attached to the windows, especially on the south side.
What about changing that window to say, like, I mean, that's a bathroom window above a toilet. What about if that's a frosted window or, something like that where it's not feeling like you're, sort of see if it's open and.
Wait, I don't think that's the south side, Michelle. I think the south side is the shower window.
No,
Am I backwards? Isn't
you're
that
back.
This is the south. We're looking at the south side now.
Okay, so those two windows there. So the one to the west, that small one, which one? What window is that? Yeah.
That's over the kitchenette sink.
So that's really looking out into the neighbor's yard.
One thing I wanted to note too, and actually Andy asked us to do this, and I think we neglected to do it, at least on this plan that's been presented, is just actually the title of that building. Their intention is not to use that as an apartment. Their intention is to have family live there. So not that changes necessarily what we're talking about with how it looks from the neighbors and how that interacts with their, with the neighbor and what they can see and what's private and whatnot. But the apartment might give it the wrong impression that it's really for the intention is for their grown son, right? So they're still living in the house. It is a living space. I don't know that if we had the house right there that would be we might have the same discussion. But I did want to note that wasn't. But we've discussed it, so it's not 100% accurate. So
I just think we see a lot of that, and yeah, while I think this is nice that trees, I could just think of a few specific properties in the neighborhood where, in fact, there was a new construction built, and the neighbors had a lovely pool, and then when that new construction was built, it ruined. I mean, how it just the privacy for the pool and that neighbor was ruined forever. And it doesn't really matter who's living there necessarily. It's just the feeling that you have when you're in your private backyard to have windows looking right onto you. And I just wonder if there's a better way, because it's even the massing of it. I mean, you can certainly, I think moving a little further in is great, because then at least you can get some landscaping, or maybe the neighbors can landscape on their side of things to reduce the feel of the mass. But it's very difficult to remove the feeling of privacy, and that may be happening with the main structure too. It's difficult for me to know, and while I think it's kind that the neighbors are willing to, allow this in the same sense, I just think being sensitive not only for the current neighbors, but for future people living there as well. And it just feels like, especially with the garage structure, it is right up against the property line. And
I think the most straightforward thing for us is that those windows are.
I have a question.
We're not necessarily. Oh, sorry.
Since they've allowed to have these two-story structures in the neighborhood, what is the board authorized to do regarding these types of questions on our part? Do we have the authority to make these requests, or obviously the setbacks are within our view, but if they've authorized these houses to be put in with the 2 stories, do we have the right to make these requests?
Well, that was going to be my comment, where I was going to go with it, particularly on this end of the neighborhood, the south end of the neighborhood, south of 8th Avenue. We are on very small lots because of the neighborhood. You have 2-story buildings all over the place. I look into my neighbor's yard, they look into mine. That's the way it is. And there are 2-story accessory buildings like this within a block of me that do the same thing, that are right dead on the property line. That's why you can't really look at this as a suburban situation, because it's not a suburban situation throughout the neighborhood. These are very small lots with generally a lot of house on them. So you have to be practical about it, and you have to understand your surroundings.
I have to say, though, I mean, as a board, though, we're looking at how to protect our historic district. And I think, too, with that, we're looking at, we have existing structures that were built and at some point in time, but now we're looking, and we will see more of this with the ADU, coming into play here. I think we're going to see more and more of these coming in. And so I think it's a valid question of, what can we do? And I think out of, as long as from the street facades, I think in this case, we've addressed some of the concerns of it just feeling like it's compatible with other structures. And I think there is very much, I feel like we as a board should also be thinking about cohesiveness of the neighborhood and how the impact these structures are having on people's quality of life. And certainly, I don't see the bathroom window. That one seems easy to me. Frosted. I mean, that way, if you see your neighbor lifting a frosted window, you're going to know they're looking in your backyard, or, doing something like that. And then as far as the kitchen window, I mean, maybe that could be rethought in some way. I just think, just being thoughtful, not only of the current neighbors, but of who's going to live here down the road. And if we can be thoughtful in that, because I mean, the majority of the windows in that place, like you can see, they're sort of overlooking the pool and different areas that, well, maybe they're looking out. I don't know. It's just my 2 cents that I feel like, we should be looking at compatibility with existing structures.
All right, to get back to Danielle's question, the things this board regulate are our guidelines. Our guideline does not address privacy issues in people's backyard.
But we do address setbacks.
We address setbacks, and we have the ability as a historic board to reduce those setbacks when appropriate for accessory buildings, which are appropriate. If you wanted to put a main structure and reduce the setback, we probably wouldn't allow that typically, except on a special case.
So what is the clear, like rough opening under the carport, left to right, before you hit the columns? How wide is that?
I want to say, I think we have 12 feet. Yeah.
12 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and if you drove a car in there and you've got a 4-foot pad, it looks like there to step up into the house. So you've pushed the car over 4 feet in that space, correct? So there should be no reason why you can't pull forward an angle slightly to be able to maybe split the difference of what's being requested and go, a 2-foot thing rather than a 4-foot exemption. I just feel like it's a lot of bulk right on the fence line. And I think it's a slippery slope when we go in and automatically change setbacks. I know we have another one to look at tonight. They're asking for setbacks on 3 sides. And, I tend to agree with Michelle. I mean, you lose some of your cohesiveness of the neighborhood. And I do know that there are buildings that have done it, just like there are fences that have done things. But I don't know that we want to just routinely give variances like that for large buildings. I don't know. I feel very strongly about the setback.
There's another question at hand here. It's a performance issue in regard to a standing seam roof, 2 stories high. In a light rain, that's just going to drip more or less straight down. But in some of the really torrential rains we're getting, that's certainly easy. The runoff can easily hit the fence, if not more, to the south. So
good point.
I would be concerned about the discharge off that roof toward the property line in the south.
Because the roof extends even further. So by the time you get the roof extension, you're probably 2 feet from the fence.
Yeah, the velocity in a heavy rain, that's going to be on the fence, the runoff. As proposed. But I will also make the comment that I think, given the goodwill of the owners and the integrity of the builder, that I think we can try to frame this in terms of making the most reasonable accommodation that we can here. And as I like to say, unique, well, simply will set a precedent, but again, just given the players here, I think we want to simply have them adjusted as much as possible.
I think though too, just going back to that, I mean, I agree. I mean, this is a thoughtful plan. You can see that the owners are really trying to make something special here. And I think a lot of it is very good. And I can see that, you know, the builders too are really trying to accommodate what we're talking about. And I know that I can see where, as a board, you know, making setbacks, I think, you know, is something that we have control over. And, you know, realistically, I think it's just making a decision on, okay, if we're going to give a little on setbacks, how does that impact the overall? And I think whether it be rain or privacy, how is that, what is the impact of this new structure on, you know, is it compatible with the existing structure? And also, what is the rhythm of it for everyone? And I think it has to be a little cohesive, because to me, you know, we are bringing in a lot of different things. So it's either, okay, move the setbacks, but in some way it's almost a trade. Well, if you were to say, you know, help it to feel a little bit more private, not intrusive, make sure it's not going to cause damage to the neighbor's property, whether that be through the rain or loss of privacy, then maybe the setback makes sense. I just think in this neighborhood too, and in Pleasant Street and all these neighborhoods, each property is a little different. Sometimes you have, you know, like the one we just saw with Coffees. Well, the neighbor Hawkins property, their back backs up to it. So losing that setback, it's not as extreme, because really, you know, they had more room, so it didn't feel like it was right on top of it. I think this structure is a good example too, in the sense that, you know, there's probably not anything there. You know, we need to allow enough room there. But, you know, to me, when I'm looking at this, the bigger loss is, you know, how is that going to impact the neighboring property? And I certainly think from a privacy standpoint, you know, not as much so with the front addition, because I'm fairly certain the neighbor's house lines up pretty closely to this. You know, I think they're all in a line. So I'm not sure what the impact of that second story is going to be on the neighbors. They're probably just going to be looking down on the neighbor's roof. But the back structure is different. That's probably looking into what's their very private backyard. Again, I haven't been in the backyard. Haven't been in the neighbor's backyard. So I'm just thinking of, but it seems to me like that would be the greatest impact on the neighbor's property. And by allowing a setback that's smaller, I could see where that makes sense for the driveway's sake. So maybe there's a trade in here that makes it a win for everyone and makes it not feel like such a mass and in such an intrusion.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
One thing I was going to say to answer Michelle is that they are asking for a setback reduction. If we give them a setback reduction and we have some concerns, the board does have the power to ask for, like the example you gave was frosted glass in those windows. And another thing is we could ask them to put a rain gutter on that end of the roof. So that's something to think about.
Also, as far as privacy, have skylights been considered for those areas?
No, we didn't consider skylights there. In both of those rooms, we do have other exterior light sources. So I think our first preference, I believe, would be to either be stipulated that those are frosted or, you know, something you can't see through, or delete the windows entirely. That's our first preference.
Well, I actually brought it up at the last meeting that I proposed that you put in sun tubes there. I mean, this is the south-facing windows on this house, and so getting some sort of light in, you know, if you're going to lose windows, you know, having some sort of, you know, I've suggested sun tubes. I think they're pretty good in an application like this, but, you know, to me, you know, that would feel like at least eliminating, because again, you know, maybe these neighbors are great friends and that's all fine, but just down the road as properties change hands, and the one I'm thinking of with the pool that I mentioned, when that property went to change hands, it was a difficult property for people to see themselves living in. Here's this beautiful pool area, but you have no privacy from the neighbors. And so, you know, it's just future long term. If we're going to allow new structures, and we are going to see more of this. I think we just need to be thoughtful of what feels right for the neighborhood and within our bounds. And you're right, we can't, we can't say, oh, you can't put windows there, but, or can we not? I mean, because it is us protecting our historic district. And in my estimation, it's looking at the rhythm of the buildings and how they orient to one another. I mean, isn't that correct? Or
this is a situation where this is an accessory structure, and because it doesn't have a street presence. I don't see any reason why you couldn't just delete the windows on that side. Doug has already mentioned the fact that there are already windows in those other 2 rooms. If the owners are agreeable to it, I think the easiest solution would just be to delete the windows on those 2
That
sides.
doesn't solve the rain issue. And if we can go back to the other plan, they don't have a straight shot out of the driveway now. As soon as they're out of the carport, they have to turn the car. So what's the difference? I mean, I don't see where it would be so difficult, if someone knows how to drive, to shift that building over a couple of feet. So you have to move the pool over a little bit, but then you've moved your bulk away from the fence. Do something with the windows, and then both issues are resolved. I mean, I know that visually we're all looking at it like architects, like, oh, that's a nice straight shot to the carport, but I just feel like it's really close to the fence, and I have a very strong objection to how close to the fence it is. And I agree with Bill on the water runoff, and Michelle on the windows. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, we need to bring this to a close sooner or later, so otherwise it's going to be another 4-hour meeting. So
I can address that real quick, Mr. Chair. Just that I think we are willing to move the garage over. I don't think that's something we can't do.
Okay.
My only concern is that if we get caught to somewhere that's untenable to drive, and we don't have that drawn or scaled at this point. So my gut feeling is that if he's told us that had to be a 5-foot setback, I think that works without drawing it. That'd be my only concern with moving it over, is that we don't have that. We don't have that proposal. So
can we make that a staff review, Sal? Will someone be there to review it if we make it a staff review situation?
Yeah. So if you specifically put it in there that staff can approve that change, then yes, whoever's on staff can go ahead and review that and make that modification without it coming back to the board.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
But do we stipulate in good faith that you'll move it as far as you can? You know what I mean?
is that a question for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a question. I'm sorry. That's a question for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll move as far as that we can make the car work and the pool work and everything, and move it away from the fence.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because I live 2 doors down, and I got a lot of tape measures in my car. So I'll be whipping out the tape measure. Trust me.
Okay. Any other forward comment in regards to setback or anything else? Okay. Can we have a motion?
Are we addressing the windows? That's my question. Is that possible?
I think we should. I think it needs windows, the gutter, and move it over. That would be my recommendation.
But the gutter, though, to me, that's like, okay, yes, that should happen. That would be wise for the owner as well to have a gutter and move the water off in a good way. But I mean, that's a temporary, gutter could, one tree limb, that's gone. So.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree on the windows, the setback, and if we don't stipulate the gutter, we don't stipulate the gutter. But I agree with Bill's concern about the water runoff. Because even if it goes over to 5.5 feet, if you have a 1-foot overhang or an 8, I don't know what the overhang is on the building, you're still going to get that watershed hard into the fence. So I would I would stipulate in the motion that the windows be eliminated and the building be moved over. That's what I would, if I were making the motion.
Make that motion, Liz. What do you think?
Do I make that motion, everyone?
Yeah, you,
Just going to
you
vote.
did.
From
You
the owner
did.
to the builder, whether they think that's viable. I mean, I don't, want the project to work. I think it's
Yeah.
a project. I'd like to see it work for everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, I think eliminating those windows is not a problem. Like I said, there's another window planned for the bathroom. There's also windows in the kitchen area. I think we can eliminate the windows on the south side without an issue. Like I said, I think we can do a minimum of 5 feet off the fence for certain. And we can move it over, possibly more than that. But I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that without drawing it. But I would feel comfortable at 5 feet.
Okay. So how about if I make a motion to adopt HP 20-40 as proposed with the following exception, that the 2-story garage apartment be located no less than 5 feet from the south fence, and that the windows be eliminated on the south side of the 2-story garage apartment.
Second.
Okay. Was there any public comment on this issue?
No, sir, not as of yet.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions from anybody?
The fence is not being approved during this.
No, the fence is not being approved.
We need to put that in there.
Was the fence on the proposal?
No, it's just on the document, so.
Yeah. What's existing?
That's it.
So do we want to say with any future fence being approved prior to install?
Well, that's the case anyway.
Yeah.
Any future. Yeah, that is the rule.
Right.
Well, okay. All right. Then my motion stands as is.
Okay. Mr. Kamala.
Sure. So just to clarify, I want to make sure that the motion is to approve with 2 conditions. The first one being that the accessory structure is located no less than 5 feet from the south property line. And one being that the windows be eliminated on the south elevation.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Member Hausauer?
Aye.
Massey?
Aye.
Hazen?
Aye.
Lucas?
Aye.
Hawk?
Aye.
Hill? Member Hill? Is he still on, or has he fallen off the call?
I don't have him on my screen, so.
He just unmuted.
Oh, okay. There you are. Member Hill? We're not getting audio. We'll come back to you. Member Nesberg?
Aye.
Member Warner?
Aye.
Chair Reeves?
Aye.
Member Hill?
Maybe he can give a thumbs up or.
Yeah.
Thumbs up? Okay.
All right.
Good to go. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next 2 items were also heard at the last meeting. I don't know if you want to hear these together like we did at the last month's meeting. So I can read both into record really quickly. Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay. Petition HP-20-49 and petition HP-20-50, Elliott Larkin Rentals, 2 LLC owner, certificate of appropriateness to construct a 2-story single-family dwelling with associated modifications to the front porch depth located south of the intersection of Northeast 3rd Avenue and Northeast 9th Street, south of 835 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This is a vacant lot, or both of these are vacant lots within the Northeast Residential Historic District.
Thank you. So these are two cases we heard last month. They are identical properties that will be mirror images of each other. The board had a number of comments at last month's meeting, mostly pertaining to details of the property and wanting to see in more detail those specific details. The applicant has submitted revisions based on those board comments from last meeting. Staff does find that the requested action as presented is substantially consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards and the Historic Preservation, Rehabilitation, and Design guidelines, and staff is recommending approval of HP 20-49 and HP 20-50. And we will turn it over to the applicant to run through those changes with us. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to pull up share my screen. Is everyone able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, so some of the changes we made is we made the front porch 8 feet, so eliminating any request for any exemption for setback. We added the brick front porch facade. Shutters on the upstairs front windows. We adjusted the window trim. We adjusted the hardy board trim on the siding. Adding details to the corners and some other some details. Then we also adjusted the columns and the trim on the columns, and made the window sizing more simple. So it just seems like it's more consistent. Sal was suggesting that as something. And I wanted to also share with you guys a couple photos from another project that we just built to show that we're intending to really build nice projects. So this is two duplexes we just built in Pleasant Street. And so we intend to add to the neighborhood and not detract from it. And we really took your suggestions seriously at the last meeting and respect your opinion.
Okay. All right, any board comment? We could get the right picture back, that would be good.
Yeah.
There.
I have a question. Is the siding drawn to scale with the overlap, or is it going to be smaller? Because that looks like a really large overlap for the neighborhood.
It is not drawn to scale. It will be a standard. I don't have the number in front of me, but it will be a standard hardy overlap.
6 inches is pretty standard.
6 inches, yeah.
Is there a reason you're not doing piers under the porch, Elliot?
Yes, our idea is that we'd like to eliminate as much as possible wood on the structure so that it's going to last for the owners as long as possible. So this is a stem wall all the way around with fill dirt on the inside of that. So we get a nice elevation, and then also have the front porch that people don't have to worry about in 50 years that it's going to sag or anything. It's going to be just as sturdy then as it is now.
Okay. Anybody else?
Are the front steps concrete?
They are concrete.
And is that a side light?
It is a side light, yes.
Elliot, I've got a question for you. Is there any possibility of making the front 2 upstairs windows taller?
Taller?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because the proportions of them are pretty squat compared to the rest of the windows, and most historic traditional windows are always taller and not so squarish.
Yeah, we can absolutely make that change.
Yeah, that would be a good change. Anybody else?
I'm not clear on what's going on to the right of the front door there.
That's a side light, he said.
Oh,
Yeah, that's going to be a side light. It's
Oh.
just strange. It doesn't show the window.
Is there room to put a side light on each side, or is it only on one side because of what the structure permits?
Technically, there's room for a side light on both sides.
That'd probably look better.
A single side light in the neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that that seems acceptable, and I don't think that would disrupt the plan.
well, if you're not going to have a full light door, yeah, I mean, typically, if you have side lights, they're in keeping with the character of the door. And given the door that you've proposed, side light, as you're sort of describing, would seem very inconsistent with the character of the door.
Well, we originally proposed a window over there, but instead of a side light, but it didn't. Well, it was actually an octagonal window. That would be our preference, but that didn't seem to be in line with the board.
I guess I'm trying to understand what architectural style is this, because it just seems very square. I mean, I too, I mean, I feel like the side light, it's just my opinion, granted, I just don't understand the style of the building. I mean, it's not a Craftsman, it's not Victorian. I don't see a nod to anything. What I see is a very square box with really little detailing that is a nod to anything historic. So I'm just not understanding roof lines, window sizes, side lights. I'm missing the piers in the front. The roof line is sort of matching on the porches. Typically there would be something happening there. I guess I just don't understand what I'm looking at. It just feels like a box to me. So I'm just trying to understand how this is a historic feeling building, besides having a swing on it. So is this an architectural style that, because this, I don't see it. I don't see anything historic in nature about this structure at all.
It's obviously very vernacular and very simple and not a lot of elaboration on it. It could be improved if it had porch railing per se, or something like that, just to add some.
It needs like something to say, I am this kind of a structure. I just don't understand the structure or what it's, I mean, perhaps, Elliot, can you, I mean, is there what were you going for with this structure as far as a historic feeling? I mean, are we going, it doesn't feel Craftsman, it doesn't feel Victorian. I'm just, think about all the historic styles that we have to pull from in the neighborhood. I just don't know what this one is.
You make a good point. We've made significant changes through the to the design, and I think it has gotten a little bit scattered. Like you're saying, it's not really any one particular style, like what you're saying. We'd be happy to put a front porch, little guardrail, like we did at that other project in the picture I showed.
That one back up, your other picture.
Absolutely.
I know that's something we approved.
It is.
Do you have any houses in the neighborhood that you're using as an idea to draw from?
I would say this project we're drawing from.
That project isn't in that neighborhood though. It's a separate neighborhood.
Right. No, we do not have any projects in the Duck Pond historic district, in this historic district.
Evan Larkin here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that we did look at a lot of the other houses on the same street, and we took a lot of elements from those houses. Although it's maybe not one particular style, I do think there's a lot of overlap from the next door neighbors and whatnot in terms of roofs, and even the columns are pretty similar on some of the buildings. We'd be happy to kind of pull them together, and we could easily change the columns or whatnot.
I think part of it is the roof lines are not typical, because if you look at this building that you're proposing and also looking at the buildings that you built in Pleasant Street, they're a very low slope roof for a historic house. I mean, they just don't have the presence. And so it's not only that, it's just too, with this front porch on this particular structure, I just am hard pressed to think where it matches. They're both very low slope and not typical of what you would see. I'm just not seeing the any detailing. And I know the other buildings on 9th Street. You know, we've got some really decorative porches. You know, I think if I can think about it, we've got a Craftsman there. We've got a couple double story porches on that street. There is a pretty decorative Victorian that has the columns in the front. I just feel like this building, I want to see things built, new construction being built in our downtown historic districts that feels special in some way and does speak to something architectural. This just doesn't seem to have any architectural elements that I can really readily identify. And I'm not an architect or a designer, so I'm happy to defer to those on the board that are, but just from looking at structures, I just feel like I'd love to see it have some presence.
I'll have a couple of comments. One, coming back to Jay's earlier comment about the windows on the east elevation, that's more of a 50s proportion there. Those should be a lot closer to the windows on the south and the north. It's just kind of like, oh, well, let's throw some shutters on there too. Maybe that'll solve some problems. I don't think it does. With the single application of shutters, doesn't, making the windows much deeper, taller than would just make the shutters are superfluous. And I really have a problem with this side light on the front door. I think you either go with the door and the general character of what you have without a side light, or come up with a frontispiece that is consistent with itself.
All right. What if we were to get rid of the side light, elongate the windows without the shutters, and make the roof a steeper pitch to 7/12?
That would be a big improvement. Those would be big improvements.
Yeah.
I think some sort of a porch railing or something as well. And I'm in agreement. I mean, I understand wanting to have the brick facade and longevity, but piers are the norm in the neighborhood. And I know we try to stay with the piers on the porches, so we maintain the look.
Yeah, but I was going to say moss and piers are hidden by landscaping once everything's grown in. So.
Yeah, there's a way you could do that with your stem wall to do kind of an offset there. When it's all said and done, if you're going to do the border planning that everybody loves to do, as Jay says, you're not going to see what's there anyway.
No, I think the railing's probably more important.
What is the porch? Like, I guess I'm not understanding though. What is the porch made out of? Is it just a
concrete slab?
Wait, but are there deck boards on the porch or is it just
No,
concrete?
no, it's concrete.
Ay, ay, ay. Sorry.
I mean, if we're gonna do like, to me, if you're, the only thing that we see that's historic like that, you would build a whole brick patio setup. I mean, so I feel like if you're like, it needs to go with something that would be truly historic, which is you would build, brick steps, and then the whole porch itself would be made out of brick, right? I just can't. Maybe I'm not thinking of it, but I'm struggling with what. I mean, if I can think of a few buildings actually in Pleasant Street. You have those buildings that are built out of the concrete, the poured concrete, and those are the only ones I can think of, sort of in the area, that have a concrete base.
Michelle, typically houses from the 20s on had concrete porched floors that were usually covered with broken tile, and that's all throughout the neighborhood.
Right, but it was something that was decorative. It wasn't
bare concrete,
It wasn't bare concrete, and it wasn't with a false brick facade. I mean, I just don't think that that's hitting the mark of what.
Well, it's better than looking at a concrete block wall. That's for sure.
Can they inset the wall there so that they could maybe put in like lattice, like even if they used non-wood material to make it appear as though they were pillars?
Well, I've seen that done before, and I've done that before. The problem is it's a pretty expensive thing to do. And like I said, most of the time landscape's going to cover that up anyway.
Okay.
Like I said, I think if you're going to do anything, the most effective thing you could do would be put a handrail that's like on the other project, but no more than 36 inches. And something that strikes me is missing here, that is a detail you see on historic houses, is the columns go up and to a beam that is dropped below the roof line. So the beam is expressed, and the beam may be here, but it really doesn't look like there's much room for one. And so often people run the columns right up into the soffit or the porch ceiling. That right off is a dead giveaway. It's not a historic detail. And like I said, porch beam is kind of something people forget about, but it makes a statement. So it'd be easy to do here. You've got room above the door.
And if they change the pitch of the roof lines and you could have more room to elongate those upstairs windows, and then you would have room for the beam.
Well, yeah. Right. The lower, I'm just going to give you an idea. The lower porch roof could stay the same or maybe go slightly shallower to give more room for the windows, while still increasing the upper roof line. You don't have to have match exact.
Yes.
And generally the windows on the first floor are as tall and have the same amount of light as the windows on the second floor. They're all symmetrical. And the second floor windows there are 1/1.
Yeah, the first floor ones are also 1/1s. It's just that it's showing the room on the inside of that. And there's it's stairs on the left, and then on the right it's just a wall. So it's totally it's confusing.
I understand.
I know these are vacant right now, but does anyone remember what used to be here?
No, it's the backyard. There's a backyard to the house on the corner.
Okay, so there was never anything here that could be referenced?
No.
I will make, Elliot, did you guys buy the house on the corner too?
Yes, we did.
Okay, because I noticed that a stockade fence went up that did not come before the board. Is that something that got put up without coming?
Yes, it did. It was not, we were not aware at that time that we needed to do that. So I understand that now we would need to go back. I don't know that process, but I know that it wouldn't be approved as it is now. So as your board may choose, just let us know what you'd like us to do with that.
Okay. Sal, is that something you would approach? I know it's a separate issue.
Yeah, it would have to come back as a staff approved. But we'd want to see the design and see, what it is. And if it doesn't meet the guidelines, then staff would refer it to the board.
Okay. So Elliot, you guys would need to submit another proposal to Sal with an appropriate design that they would then staff approve. And if it didn't get staff approved, it would come to us. But technically the staff can approve it if it's an appropriate application.
Sure, I understand.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, we can do that separately.
Great.
So I'm in addition to what Evan was already saying that we would change is adding a handrail similar to the one in the other project. And then also adding the beam at the top of the columns. And then I'm just would like to get a little bit more clarity on exactly what would be approvable for the piers versus the stem wall. If we need to, we'll change it to piers. But like we said, it's just from the building perspective, that was our rationale, and that's what we think.
Yeah, I mean, are you selling these or renting these? I guess is.
Yes, we're selling these.
So.
Or actually, that's not necessarily true, but that's our primary option right now.
Okay. I guess, I just really want to see, I think too, buyers as well, or renters or anyone are going to want to feel if they're moving into an historic district. I think it's sometimes important to them too to feel like it has a sense of place. We are a historic area, and so the more elements, from a maintenance, I guess the reason I asked that question is just from a maintenance perspective. If you're selling it, well, it's someone else's problem ultimately down the road, and everything has maintenance, and in a way, I just don't think that should be a reason not to do things that are keeping in nature with what the surrounding structures are. And I think there are, if you're wanting to really build in a way that was a durable, then we're doing brick structures, and, the hardy board's nice, but it's a whole different design, because I can think of like structures in the neighborhood that are in structures in the area that have more concrete and brick and things like that. But that's not typically this style of a house. And so I just feel like those are really conflicting things, because that's just not how these houses were built or made to look. They were, like I said, they had a definite style, and that's what I'm still, no matter, even with the changes, I still am I don't understand the style. I just wish that there was something that this said, I am leaning into that sort of a historic style-ing. If we had to designate this, it would just be nice if we could say, okay, we're mimicking more of a craftsman, or these features are going to speak to that. Because I think certainly adding porch railings could help, and adding the beam. And the more that we talk about that, it seems like we're moving toward a craftsman direction with this. And so with that, typically on a craftsman porch, you would see the brick pillars and, railings and things that were more defined. And if we're talking craftsman, you'd also see 2/2 windows and some of those other architectural details. So I just think it needs to be a little more clear what the overall presence of this house is going to be. This is, for all intents and purposes, I know 9th Street is a real through road, but that's also one of our entries into the duck pond. That's right off of, I believe we have a sign somewhere around there. It's the
No,
east
4th.
Street.
On 4th.
And so, and there's some pretty impressive buildings on that street that have some really distinctive architectural styles. And, this is a road that is traveled often. And I just think it's important that these structures just don't look like something that was thrown together. And I just wish there was more detail that really spoke to our neighborhood, because I do see this as these structures will speak to what this neighborhood is. And I don't think they're representative in any way. That's my opinion.
I'd appreciate, like you had the photo of those two other structures that you wanted to mimic, but they were from a different neighborhood. If you could find things that you wanted to mimic within the neighborhood and had that presented in addition, saying, hey, you know, Jay recommended this beam and we found this, and this is, you know, what we're going to model it off after, rather than what we've been talking about before with the boxiness and the lack of detail.
I feel like we're touching on everything from the roof pitch to the windows to the railing to the piers, and I don't think it's our goal or mandate to design the buildings, but I agree with Michelle that they needed direction. So I don't know if maybe your architect could be here next time and weigh in, or you can take those comments back to your architect so that there's more, you know, more, as Michelle says, a nod to some type of style, whether it's folk Victorian or craftsman or whatever you want it to be. But I agree, it's just there's not a lot of substance to the design, I guess would be my take on it.
I have to agree with that. I would love to see you go pick 3 houses of a similar style in possibly year made in the neighborhood and bring those back to us and say, this is, you know, with a new drawing.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I'd just like to say that I feel like in the duck pond, there's, you know, every single type of architecture in there. I could find terrible looking houses in there, as well as really nice houses in there. So if we're going by what's in the duck pond, I mean, I feel like we could find anything. And I think these houses are extremely consistent with what the Pleasant Street area. And although I'm aware that that's technically a different neighborhood, but the reality is there's not that much new construction in the duck pond to draw upon. The only house I can think of is on 8th Avenue. And I think these houses look very, very similar to that new structure that was approved to build there.
Which one?
The one on 8th Avenue?
No.
Which one?
The gray one that's right on Northeast 8th Avenue.
Oh, no, that has definitely a craftsman.
Yeah, that has a lot more detail to it.
And the houses that are within the neighborhood, each house doesn't have multiple styles. Each house has its own style. So pick a style, pick a couple houses in the style, and then use that. But don't use multiple styles in one house.
I mean, I guess the question is, what house can you point to in any historic district that this house resembles?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there a house that you could say, look at this house? Because the only houses that I can think of look like this are out in, you know, neighborhoods where it's all the houses look exactly alike and everybody built, you know, they're in a row, you know, and I just don't think our neighborhood has that. I mean, I can think of neighborhoods. There's one in particular, I can't think of the name of it, but it's out by Blues Creek, and it has these exact sort of box houses. And I think that, you know, there's a place for those. I just don't think the historic district is a place for a house that has no
character.
Well, I'm a little bit confused when you say box house, because almost every house built in Pleasant Street is a box. They're all pretty square.
I think what they're trying to say, and what I feel, is that this house could come out of any new construction subdivision in the city of Gainesville. There's nothing about it that says, oh, this house is historic. Whereas if you look at some of the other homes that have come before the board, you can tell, oh, that home's from the 1920s or that home's from the 50s. Nothing about this home speaks of a time period. It's literally just looks like nice new construction, but it's very plain and simple, and there's no character to it. It's lacking the character that historic homes really have. And I think you've been given some really good tips about how to give it that character that it needs in order for us to be comfortable approving it.
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. I think with the drawings there as they are right now, it's pretty plain. I agree. Yeah, it's fine. We will meet with our architect and make sure that all the elements are consistent with one style.
I would just suggest too, if you're really going for something of durability, longevity is something, maybe craftsman's not the style to go for. And I'm trying to think of what else is in that particular zone of the neighborhood that might be more appropriate. I mean, I can think of, actually, there's some thinking on, is it on Fifth? We've got a couple interesting brick structures that, the one with the really neat arched windows is there. We've got some interesting kind of stucco structures, I mean, there's other elements, and if you really want to incorporate and keep it very like that vibe, I mean, I think move away from the craftsman style and pick another architectural style that's in the neighborhood.
I think at this point it's up to the architect and the client, right? So I mean, can we make a motion to continue this until they come up with something new?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think we should.
I will happily make that motion unless there's public comment.
I believe the public comment period has already ended, but there is no public comment at the time.
All right, motion to continue. And Jay, is it both 2049 and 2059 or just one at a time? Or Sal?
Sal.
So you can do it either way. If the board is going to vote to continue both of them and move them for continuance together, I would say just vote on both of them with the two separate numbers. Put the two separate numbers in your motion and vote to continue.
Okay, thanks, Sal.
No problem.
I propose a motion to continue both HP 20-49 and HP 20-50 for a return to the board with staff recommendations and a new outline for a historically looking home.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion, second, Sal, roll call.
Member Hausauer,
Aye.
Massey,
Aye.
Hazen,
Aye.
Lucas,
Aye.
Hawk,
Aye.
Hill. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thank you. Nesberg,
Aye.
Warner,
Aye.
Reeves.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you for your input.
Fuck.
Alrighty, on to new business. All right, petition HP-20-59. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, am I reading the?
No, that was it.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I guess sorry. I thought I just read that for some reason. All right, petition HP-20-59, Kurt Strauss, K. Strauss Homes owner, certificate of appropriateness to construct a single-family dwelling and a setback modification located at parcel 14309-0000000 Northwest 6th Avenue, 200 block. The building will be a non-contributing structure to the Pleasant Street Historic District.
So thank you. This is a parcel located in the RC zoning district in Pleasant Street. It's a request for new construction. The applicant is also requesting setback modifications on the front, side, and rear setback. Staff Staff found that at time of application, there wasn't really enough information provided about the context of the project in relation to the neighborhood to make an informed recommendation of the overall designs or the modification of setbacks. And staff was recommending continuation of HP 20-59. But in the interim, staff has contacted the applicant and addressed or asked them to address some of those issues. And they have provided tonight for us a little bit more information to kind of understand the setback modifications. I asked them to address the scale and massing of the structure, the attached garage, and as I said, the setbacks. So I will turn it over to the applicants to run through those that presentation with us to kind of give us a little bit more information to be able to make a decision. Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sorry about the echo. We're right in the middle of moving, so I'm in an empty room. Trying to share the screen. Sorry, I'm having issues trying to get it to accept. Sal, do you have the PowerPoint that you can load up while I try to fix this?
Yeah, if you give me a second, I'll see if I can pull it.
Or is it working now? I think I got it.
We're not seeing anything.
Got it now?
There you go. Yep, now we can see it.
Okay. So I just got a quick PowerPoint to go through, and apologies for not having all that information to you earlier. I think I just got, I don't know, I'm so used to emailing all this stuff and with project docs, I just totally missed sending you all the supporting docs. So I hope this is sufficient for the board. I hope you guys are familiar with my work and what I do in the Pleasant Street neighborhood, and that this is sufficient. So just real quick, this PowerPoint is just going to go over the scale and context, where I'm going to show the Pleasant Street map, which you can see on the side. I'm going to first go over the surrounding context directly around the lot, which is, I don't know if you guys can see this right here, the 211 parcel. And then I'm going to show some pictures of comparable structures in size and scale throughout the neighborhood, including some that I've built. That will also show some details of the structure. I'll go over the setback modifications and a little bit about why I'm asking for them. The semi-attached garage, I want to just explain the overall idea on that, and have some pictures of garages throughout the neighborhood that are similar in look from the street. All right, and then I'll go over quickly the architectural compatibility, so why it's designed the way it is and how it fits in the neighborhood, and then I'll let you guys ask me all the questions you want. So I think the size and scale of this structure is comparable to other buildings close to this project and throughout the neighborhood. So here's a map. Let me try to redirect. So here's the proposed home site. The first letter that you see at the top of the slideshow, the letters, are all of the surrounding houses that I guess would be on the way to this house to what you would see. And then after that, all these ones labeled asterisks, I feel are comparable in size, scale, and architectural style to the house that I'm proposing. So here's this is Mr. Hawkins' house. This is a house we built, I think, a year or two ago. Directly across the street from the project is two buildings I believe you guys just reviewed and accepted for Mr. Coffey. These are going to be directly across the street from the house that's being proposed. This is across the street. Can you guys see my mouse cursor? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is this house. This is directly next door. So the house that we're going to be building is going to be right here. This is this property, and this is the corner right here. So it's a picture taken this way. So this is the house that's on 6th Avenue, and then this is the side of the houses facing 3rd Street. This is the vacant lot that is right at the end of Northwest 6th Avenue, where you kind of have to turn. This is the next house that you can see going south on 2nd Street. And here is a couple of newer construction, craftsman-y style houses that I think I forget who built them, but I want to say Habitat, but I don't think it was them, that are located right here. So now going on to comparable size, scale, and architectural features, houses in the neighborhood. These are 2 houses. The blue one is one we just completed that we built. And right next door to it on the right-hand side is one that's under construction right now. This is 312 on Northwest 4th Avenue, and this is 308. So these are located right here. Here's 2 more houses that I did. This one I did, I guess it's almost been 10 years, but this is located right here on Northwest 4th Street. More of a Victorian style house. And this is the old Dubose house that we restored, again, about 10 years ago. It's located at 423, or 419 Northwest 4th Avenue right here. Right next door to that is 423. This is another house we built. And again, just another picture of a comparable house, Thomas's house. These are other houses throughout Pleasant Street that are the similar size and scale and architectural features. Both of these houses have that same front projection over the front porch. They're both on Northwest 3rd Avenue. Here's a house on Northwest 4th Avenue, the Woodstock house. Again, big, ornate, large-scale houses. Just a couple others that have some steeper roofs. And then again, 2 more larger scale houses that are bordering the Pleasant Street neighborhood. The last 2 are other new construction houses of about the same height of the house we're proposing. So setback modifications, we're requesting some changes in them, and mostly because it's an odd situated lot. The lot is, I think, 87 feet wide and 67 feet deep, approximately. So to get the house to fit on the lot how the owners want it to fit, we just have to adjust these. Obviously, the front setback, the north setback, I always like to build in line, so in line with existing structures. So this would take it from that required 15 feet and be about 5.7 feet. And again, this is all approximate because we line them up with the actual houses when we actually lay them out. The west side, this is the side that's closest to the existing house directly to the west. That's a required 5 feet. We're proposing 2 feet. It's to accommodate a yard on the opposite, on the east side of the property to be able to fit a pool area for the homeowners. And the house directly to the west, there's about a 20-foot buffer between the property line and that house. So it's not encroaching, it's not going to be overbearing. And that garage that's on that side is in the same size and scale of that house. So it won't be a large mass right up on the property line. And then the south, the back, the required is 10 foot for the back. And we're proposing 8 foot, and that's just to accommodate the house. And it's a small portion of the house. And here's some pictures that are showing those. So here's the front setback. And I think,
can you hear me?
Right here I'm showing, this is showing 11'6". So the house it might actually be further back than the requested 5.7. The property, the front of the property, the street actually encroaches onto the lot about 5 feet and 4 feet respectively.
My name is.
I think the 5.7 was assuming that the property line was, before we had it surveyed, was further into the property, so that might have changed. The back, again, it's just a porch and a small portion of the house that we need that extra 2 feet in the back. And then the side setback, again, we slid the thing all the way to the west. The next door neighbor has about a 20-foot buffer right here. So we're proposing that shorter setback here. For the semi-attached garage, Sal had asked me to just go over our thoughts on this to review it with the board. So the garage structure, it is an attached garage. I like to call it a semi-attached garage because my intent with it was to have a setback, what I like to call a closed-in breezeway. So after there's landscaping in there, I really want this little section to look like somebody closed in a breezeway a long time ago. The way I did that is by having a different siding detail. It would be a panel board instead of the regular hardy plank siding throughout the structure. And the porch beam, floor, and the porch header trim detail would go throughout this little section, which I'll show a picture next. And also the garage structure was designed to look like a separate structure. So you'll see in this next picture, it has a little bit of a different architectural flair to it, just to kind of differentiate itself from the main house. So here's this, oops, sorry. So here's this section that I call the enclosed breezeway. And I find when I put the hardy board detail on here, it just clutters up the picture. So all of this section on the main house is a 5-inch reveal hardy lap siding. And this section would be a panel board with some batten trims. So it would look like a closed-in detail, and you can see how I continue the porch header detail all the way through and the porch beam detail all the way through. So it really looks like it should have been an enclosed breezeway. The garage is designed to look like a semi-different structure, more of a craftsman feel, which fits in more with some of the structures directly to the west of the house. And then again, the main structure is to the east. I just wanted to show you some pictures. There are quite a few garages in Pleasant Street. So I'm just gonna go through, here's some pictures of the houses and some screenshots of the satellite imagery showing where the garages are. So here's one. Here's another one where we have a larger house with a garage, and you can see the little breezeway detail. That's going to a different structure behind it, but it would give you this kind of feel when you're looking at this house. And here's the satellite imagery. I couldn't get a picture of this house, but this house has a Spanish style old carriage house behind it. This is on Northwest 4th Avenue. So when you're looking at this house, it has that same effect where you see the garage up to the back. Here's a house on 4th Avenue right next door to the 308 job I'm building right now. Again, the main house, smaller garage structure. And when you're standing in front of this house, this garage is actually set back from this property corner or this property line or the building line. So it actually looks like it's attached when you're standing directly in front of the house. Again, just another example of a house with a garage in the Pleasant Street neighborhood. Here's another one, and this one, when you're standing on 4th Avenue, gives you that same effect where you can see the garage straight back from the house. And then there's a couple of non-conforming houses in the neighborhood that have attached garages. I just wanted to show a picture of them. Compatibility, architectural compatibility. I hope you all, through the years and me presenting to the board, you see what I do, and I hope you understand when I draw these plans, you can envision what it would look like from driving by them all the time in the neighborhoods. But what I like to call this house is a vernacular Victorian, so a Victorian that's not all dressed up. And then the garage, I would say it's a more of a craftsman style but vernacular as well to match the house, but a little bit different flair to make it a little separate structure. Again, here's just the elevations of the house, which you guys already have. Again, this picture.
So is I didn't notice the overall layout. Is the garage set back from the front porch? Or are they on the same plane? Okay.
Yes, it's set back.
So the houses to the right of this house, did you say that they were 2 one-story houses?
It's a one-story house directly to the west, and there's about a 20 or 25 foot setback from that property line to that next house.
What about the rest of the street? What size are the houses on the rest of the street?
Well, directly across the street, they're all 2-story newer homes, similar size. And directly to the east, there's no house. It's a vacant property on the corner.
All right. So before the houses, it was more of a one-story neighborhood?
No, there's 2-story houses directly across the street under construction now. And I just finished, let me go back to it.
Yeah, I saw all the different ones you pointed to, but to get an idea of what's right next to the house was a little.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Sorry.
It's not out of scale for the entire neighborhood, but it's out of scale for a specific area.
Yeah, that's
the house is the same width. The main part of the house is approximately the same width and height. The roof's a little bit lower pitch, but this is our proposed property, and that house is right here.
So the newer, bigger, the older construction is smaller. Is that, am I correct in that, or am
Yes, this blue house right here is, and this yellow house is as well. But this is a non-conforming structure.
Okay.
That's directly to the west. Non-contributing, sorry.
One thing I often ask applicants is, did you talk to your neighbor where you wanted the setback, even though it's 20 or 25 feet? I can't remember your exact measurement, but did you at any point, go knock on their door or ask them if that would be a problem for them?
No, I didn't.
Doesn't the city?
The proposed homeowner might, I don't know if she's on the line or not, but she might chime in after, and maybe she has.
I thought the city sent out letters to all the neighbors when there were setback variances requested. Isn't that right, Val?
No, notices are not sent. Just the property is posted.
Huh. I thought we had a circumstance before where we had a discussion about a neighbor who was irate, and the response was, well, something was sent to them. They must not have seen it. No?
As far as I know, that hasn't been done for this board. The other boards, though, do send out postcard notices to, I think it's 300 or 400 feet around the subject site.
So
Elizabeth, I think I remember what you're talking about. That's been within my time being on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't, yes, they moved the back line and she was upset. And I remembered the discussion because with Andy and Sarah's house, them wanting the setback thing, I was surprised because A, the sign was posted with nothing written on it, by the way. It was just a blank orange sign. And then B, the neighbors didn't get a notice. So I'm confused by that. But anyway, I'm sorry. I don't mean to jump into your presentation, but.
No. It's open for questions. It's all relevant questions. I just wanted to zoom in here. So this is where that side of the garage would be, facing the street, obviously. And then this is about 25 feet from the property line to the house. So like I said, smaller structure on the side. And then the large yard buffer between, I think it gives really good separation, even though it is a setback modification.
What's more, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, what is in the breezeway? Is it literally a breezeway that's enclosed?
No, this is it's an enclosed breezeway. It's just how I designed it to look like it used to be a breezeway and then enclosed. This is a bathroom, and I think it backs up.
So there'd be no way to squish it and have more than a 2-foot setback?
No, so it's a bathroom and then a kind of mud area and a pantry. And you can see it is all set back. So everything's set back, and once landscaping's in there, kind of the bottom of it would disappear and it would look quite separated.
Can we see the west elevation?
Yep. Or maybe if I can zoom in here. Can you see that all right?
I'm actually looking for the west elevation.
The west, sorry.
Yeah. The neighbor.
Right here.
Okay.
So yeah, if you think about being in the yard with the perspective, you see the roof line. We're proposing a board-to-board fence. The sight line is pretty obscured from this roof, looking down and looking in. So, and these are bedrooms, so it's not like a living room looking down onto somebody's yard.
What is the dimension? Do you have a dimension of from? Because I think this is a good example of what we were talking about earlier, just how because that is a 1-story garage. And even though you're asking for a setback variance there, in the same sense, it's scaling down, which is a nice thing. So you're stepping down toward the 1-story that is located next door, which I like. I guess I'm just wondering what the dimension is going from west to where it picks up to be a 2-story building. Do you know what that is?
So this is I believe a 9-foot wall to the ridge, approximately 17 foot. And then this difference in
Are you talking about that,
and hopefully this will get done.
You're talking about the depth of the garage, aren't you?
Yeah, like
the width.
Oh, how far?
Yeah.
28 feet.
Yeah. So to me,
this whole section is 1 story.
Yeah, it's a completely different scenario, and the roof line runs in such a way that negates Bill's concern on the gable roof on the other.
Yeah, and this is the dormer, so the window does drop down behind that. It's a full-size window. This dormer is not the full width. And then obviously the breezeway part is set back. So we match the roof line in the back, and then you see this is the same roof line in the back, but in front it is set back. I think it's 16 feet from the front, 8 feet from the front porch area. So you can see. So more on the details of the front porch, just picking up from where you guys left off on the last one. The front porch is all raised piers with a wood frame porch. This study room is enclosed, conditioned part of the house, but I designed it to look again like it is a closed-in part of the porch, as if it was an old house that had this kind of work done to it. So it would have that same porch detail. What you're seeing here, all these lines is a beadboard detail, a vertical beadboard detail. It's really consistent throughout the Pleasant Street neighborhood. Same thing up top here. So just different detail in actual siding. And again, where it's blank here, this is all 5-inch hardy reveal lap siding. And this would be a board batten with panel to differentiate.
I think it's a really nice design. I have to say that I still am not crazy about a 2-foot setback given any circumstance. And it's to accommodate a yard on the other side. Would there be any way to not have to be so tight to the fence line?
Well, the side yard, I'll show you the site plan. So here's the dotted line is the setbacks, and here's the house overlaid with the proposed pool. So to meet the requirements for a pool, this is a 5-foot setback off the property line for the pool, and the 5-foot setback to the water line off of the house. So to get this 10-foot wide pool, which isn't very big, it's a plunge pool essentially, we we had to push the house as far over. And I agree, you know, a 2-foot side setback is not a lot. But in the Pleasant Street neighborhood, it is consistent. There's lots of 0 lot lines. I don't think it's like going into, you know, a different district where there's very few and asking for it. This is something that's consistent throughout the neighborhood. And there's examples on the street where the houses are 5 feet apart from each other. So,
well, and you make it work with the roof line and the setbacks.
yeah.
And the height of
And,
it.
then, and keep in mind, you know, 20 feet to the actual house, 25 feet approximately. There's a good buffer there, and it's all green space.
Bert, I had a question for you. Have you checked with the building department to see what you're going to need to do to fireproof that wall since you're less than 3 feet?
Yeah, the overhang will have to be if you pretty much fire rock underneath the eave, underneath the soffit.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the dimension of the rake?
This rake?
Yeah.
What you're asking for the slope or?
No, how much rake is there? The overhang, so to speak.
Oh, 16 inches.
So you're really, what, so another 8 inches to the property line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not, there's no drip or anything. It's a rake, so there won't be any splash. And
yeah, but I'm saying,
today.
If somebody next door wanted to do the same thing, mirror image, you know, you've got 16 inches apart.
Yeah, that's what the fireproofing's for. It's, you know, like the DeBose house that I showed you that we redid, that was a 0 lot line, you know, and you know, overhangs over the line, everything. So,
right.
The detail that you put into it is wonderful, and I like that you know pulled through from other houses within the neighborhood. I just have trouble with it on this street, it being historically 1 story, and now all the new homes are like, you know, 2.5 times the size.
Well, so I just want to go back to the pictures, and I'll give you some background context. When we built Mr. Hawkins' house, we built this about 2 years ago. On this corner was a 2-story large corner store back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And that was typical throughout the neighborhood. So the way these old neighborhoods were laid out, and if you look at the Sanborn maps, all the corners had large structures with sometimes larger houses of the first lot in, and then we get progressively smaller towards the middle of the block. So that was another one of my reasonings for keeping the lower garage section on the west side to give you that build up to the corner. And I hope that the owner of the corner eventually, when that gets developed, will be another large structure, so it really blends in nice and looks intentional for the neighborhood, because it is, you know, right off 6th Avenue. It's like you're entering Pleasant Street, and all those big grand houses would really be nice for the neighborhood.
We see quite a few buildings in the Pleasant Street neighborhood on the borders that are 2-story buildings. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the original, was it Union School? It was a pretty neat school in the neighborhood, and I'm pretty sure, was it on this street? I'm pretty certain it was, and it was a 2-story, pretty interesting structure.
It was right where the annex building is, the police annex, which is directly catty corner to this. I'll show you on the map. So right here.
Yeah. And there, in bordering the neighborhood, there are a lot of 2-story structures. As you go more internal, not quite as many, more single stories.
So, you know, the large churches on the corners, large Victorian right here. You know, here's another large church. So I think the mass makes sense as you go east. That was my thinking at least.
And I believe just tonight we approved the coffee structures are going to be right across the street from this, correct?
Yep. Those are these ones. So this is the one I think you approved tonight.
Right.
And these are directly across the street. So this house is going to be here, and those two houses are on this 212 property right here. So I think for mass, it just makes sense.
What is the building behind this structure? Yeah, that one.
So these are all rentals. This is one of those old duplexes that was moved here, I think, by the Reeves way back when. And these are just all structures that were moved here right before they did the survey of the neighborhood. I think I got a picture that you can kind of see. So here on this picture, you can kind of see these structures. They're hidden. You can't really see them from the street. So does anyone else have any questions?
Okay, any further board comment or questions?
I want to just reiterate that the 2 feet setback, I get that the other structure is, 20, 25 feet away, but that would impede whatever the neighbor is from building out. And we just had a conversation about a different garage being 5 feet away. And I once again, it's new construction. So, there's no place to lose a foot or two.
I mean, it shrinks the size of the pool that the homeowners might even be under contract with already, or they've already discussed and got in line with this pool. I mean, nothing's ever set in stone until it's in the ground, but I just feel that the 2 foot setback is consistent in the neighborhood and with the buffer and with the existing structures there. And with modern building codes, I don't think it really impedes anyone from doing that.
I'd like to speak to that. I just, on that last one, I feel like, again, each case we really need to look at very specifically and see how it affects the scale of the new construction is going to affect the existing structures. And to me, what's nice about this that's different than that is that it's a 1-story. It's not a 2-story. It helps to create the rhythm of the street where we are scaling down. Even the updated form-based code that was adopted had anything within 100 feet of the historic district scaling down. They could build up because Pleasant Street is right on the border where we have high intensity development, even the most intense, which I think is now called DT. They've changed the zoning a bit, but it's, up to 12 stories. But what's nice is anything that's built within 100 feet of a historic district has to actually scale up. You have a maximum of 3 stories, and we are scaling toward that 3-story buffer line just on the other side of this street. So someone could potentially come and build higher than that just to the east of this, actually. So, I think allowing the neighborhood to scale up makes a lot of sense if we're thinking about long-term future development that could be happening, because between Main and First Street, that has the potential to be much higher buildings. And so I think, allowing these, and even with the setback, the fact that this garage, it is not, there's no windows on the side that are, you know, causing any privacy issues. The roof lines are not an issue. I think in this particular case, it's creating consistency and not creating a hardship for the neighbor next door. I mean, I think they could build within that as well if somebody else wanted to eventually build upon that footprint. And on that parcel, I think there still is land there. And we do have an existing historic structure that is contributing to the neighborhood that's not going to go anywhere. So I think if somebody was to add on or to build additionally an ADU, I think there still is space there on that particular lot to do so.
And sorry if you guys were looking at my screen and my computer's going crazy, but here's just a satellite image. Here's the outline of the lot. And again, here's the lots that Mr. Coffey is doing the house right now, the two houses right now. And here's that setback. So it's quite a bit of room. And again, if you were going to do an accessory dwelling and you did want those same similar setback modifications on that, you just follow the same code that we would have to follow for fireproofing and everything.
Isn't if you go just to the, I'm thinking on, if you were to go just to the west on the corner before you hit the next main road there, those two structures are side by side with probably a foot between them. Is that the two structures? Two of them right there, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like one is blue, one is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're right next to one another. So, I mean, I think it's definitely, we see the setbacks in this neighborhood. You know, we have a lot of houses that are built very close. I actually appreciate, I mean, again, I think depending on what happens on that corner lot, because you're not asking for any setbacks on the east side of this, correct?
No. So here's the site plan. So the dotted line is the required, and here's the house sitting on it. So I might have messed up that front one. Yeah, it's actually a 10'6". So instead of the 5'7", it'd be about 10'6" or 11'6", depending on where the front of that building actually lands.
Okay. Is anybody ready to venture a motion?
Well, I did want to make a comment. Although there may be many buildings in the area there that have but a few inches between one another, the setbacks are there for a good reason, and I think just ignoring them when you're talking about new construction is not a positive trend.
Kurt, let me throw something at you. What size garage is that?
I believe it's just a 20-foot wide.
20 foot wide, so it's, you're going for a 2-car?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 20.
Okay.
Yeah, so with the 16-foot door, kind of any smaller.
Yeah, make it any smaller, it's a 1-car.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I mean, you know, shortening the eave overhang, something that we could do.
Can you make that powder room smaller? Can you shave a foot off the breezeway?
It's
a pantry and it looks like just a powder room.
Yeah, it's a full bath. It's a pantry, a breezeway.
Oh, I see there.
Yeah, we may be able to. My fear would be that you would lose that separation look, you know, with all the overhangs.
Yeah. No, it's a nice plan, but I mean, I have to agree. I feel like it's pretty darn big with that setback.
Well, it's one thing when you're doing an alteration to an existing structure and there's a unique hardship, but when you're building new and ignoring the setbacks, that's just not a good, not something to just say, well, the hell with the setbacks, we'll just, take it up to the property line.
Yeah, according to the application, it's 3,800 square feet. And there's no wiggle room in making, them, asking them for a little smaller dwelling.
I mean, this is what we designed for them. So there's a long design process, and this is the result of it.
I have to say personally that I agree that this is too large a scale. Even some of the other new construction that we've done in the area that are larger in 2 stories usually have the bulk of the house not in view, meaning instead of being a large front shape bulky house, it's back. So you can't see necessarily how large it is. At this scale, I personally would not approve it.
So just from your comment, the main part of the structure is very consistent with the neighborhood and with other houses that I've built in the neighborhood, width-wise, height-wise. The garage structure is a separate issue from the bulk of the actual house, but I don't agree. I think the house is very consistent with other larger houses in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and as opposed to Kira, I don't have a problem with the size of it. Maybe the lot is a smaller. I have a problem with the size of it on the lot that is available.
You're absolutely right. That is what I should have said.
The lot is a shallow lot. And when you work with a shallow lot, you don't have many options but to have a larger frontage on the lot to get the size of the house that was designed.
Well, or you build a smaller house so you don't need the setbacks everywhere.
What are the other setbacks?
The rear setback, this is I believe 10 is required, and I'm asking for 8. Well, this is actually 8.6. The front setback is 15.
Kurt, could you pull it up on the shared screen that you have, please?
Is it not sharing right now?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, you're sharing the overview of the plot. I think you had it listed in order.
Yeah. Sorry, the PowerPoint with the red lines on it. Right here. Yeah, so, and the information on the application was a little bit off based on from when I applied to be on the meeting over 2 months ago, and we got the survey back. The front property lines are actually in the street. So it's 11'6", so I'm asking for a reduction of about 4 feet in front, about 1.5 feet in the back, and then the side is 3 feet. And there's one other
Elizabeth,
project.
did you want this slide or the one before with the outline?
I'm trying to understand. So the back setback is you're asking it's 10, and you're asking for 8.
Yeah, about 8.5. Yeah.
And behind this is the duplex that we talked about.
Yeah, it's 2 duplexes or maybe 3 duplexes or so.
And this is just that the front setback is very close to the street. And I believe we just earlier, so it's only on the west side, it's a 3-foot or a 2-foot setback?
2-foot setback is what I'm requesting, but it's a 5 is required. And the next house we have coming up at 408 Northwest 4th Street, or Northwest 3rd Street, you guys approved a 2-foot setback modification on that one, right next to the Mason Lodge.
I'm just going to have to go back to, I think this is a case by case. And I know that we just this evening approved, and I'm not recalling what it was on the coffee property that we approved earlier. Was it 4 foot? Maybe somebody remembers. We just, was a 5 across the street. So, you know,
Sal, is there any way you could look back through our notes? I know that's, I mean, we've been here a couple hours, so it might be tough, but my recollection was 5.
On the coffee property, it was 4. They were reducing it to 4.
Reduced it from 4 from 5 to 5 to 4.
Correct.
Yep. We're here going 5 to 2. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and as I said, and I'll repeat it for a third time, with new construction, as Bill pointed out, 2 to 3 feet. There's got to be a spot.
Can't the pool be narrowed a bit? And I mean, it looks like, just a thought here. I mean, I see the pool. I mean, so could the width of the pool be narrowed so that it's going more to the length? It looks like there's room to do that. So it's a longer stretch of pool, which would then allow everything to shift over a bit.
I would just have to confirm with the homeowners or with the buyers.
I'd actually be more than willing to go forward because I think this entirety is beautiful. I think you did a great job, and I only have one caveat. I'm only speaking for myself, but I would make a recommendation if you conferred with them and you shaved off 2 or 3 feet.
What is the width?
I agree.
What is the width of the pool right now?
10.
The other option, which probably isn't going to be as good, would be just to make it a very large 1-car garage and not a 2-car garage.
Yeah, and again, all these things, we just have to go back to the design table with the owners.
Yeah, I understand.
And I believe a 2-car garage was one of their, check items. So.
Okay.
What about as a board? Couldn't we give them a couple of options? Maybe we narrow,
Well, I think they can figure out. I mean,
I think that's what we just did. 1-car garage, more narrow pool, or 2 feet from the middle of the living room.
If we could get it to a 4-foot setback, that would be better.
Yeah.
So just, again, just keep in mind that, we're dealing with a narrow or a shallow lot. We have lots of green space on that particular side. Opposed to what you guys approved before, where you're dealing with a really deep lot and really skinny houses. I think it's just a little bit different.
Well, the front to back are not major issues here, but it's the just cutting down to 2 feet on the side plus the rake is just a really bad precedent.
Mm-hmm. It's a bad precedent, and also what's driving the design of this is a swimming pool, which that's kind of a bad precedent too.
I think it'll be the first swimming pool on Pleasant Street.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
It's making history.
it's a good thing.
Well, it was nice.
I just think there has to be a way to get us the 4 feet. And I think 4 feet is a compromise already because we're giving setbacks on 3 different sides of the 4-sided lot.
I think the pool feet and go longer and be perfectly fine, and that gets the 2 feet and nothing has to change with the house. It just moves over a couple feet.
Well, I have 2 recommendations. We continue it with a new design, or we say, let's go ahead as long as you shave off 2 feet someplace. That's my recommendation.
I think approving with conditions, seems to make sense. That way we don't hold up any construction.
And I would prefer not saying shave off. If that's something that you all agree on and that's what you're moving to, I would prefer to speak directly to the side, to that specific side setback, not the
We
particular
approve
house.
it, the condition that the east setback be no less than 4 feet. Is that the way we'd phrase it?
I'd second that, Elizabeth.
Reasonable.
So am I making an official motion?
Well, we should ask which is the
Public comment?
petitioner's preference.
Oh, yes.
To continue or to approve with conditions.
I apologize. I thought he just expressed that preference.
Yeah, I mean, approved with conditions gives me the opportunity to continue it if it's unacceptable to the owners and buyers anyway. So that would be preferable.
You're breaking up very badly.
Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
I was just going to say, approved with conditions would be preferable, and then if I need to,
I'm sorry, Kurt. I didn't hear the phrase.
He said
all of
approve with
that.
conditions.
Okay.
He said approve with conditions would be preferable.
Okay.
Okay, Elizabeth, you want to go ahead and make the motion?
Me, Elizabeth, or Elizabeth Hope?
Okay, do we have public comment?
Yes, sir, we actually do.
Okay, let's hear it.
We are going to start
out first with
Coffee.
Andy
Mr. Coffee, if you're on the line, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Andy. Can I be heard?
I'm having an awful echo. Is anybody else experiencing this?
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Everyone has an echo.
So,
Mr.
Coffee,
if you're listening to
the radio, you need in order for there to not be an echo. And then you can start over with public commentary. Hold on, guys. We're trying to get him back.
Hi, Mr. Coffee, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Can the board hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sham and I are still on the couch. We're just eating popcorn, watching, and we're enjoying ourselves. I just had a few comments. I'm reluctant to comment on Kurt's project, but since it is across the street from my house, I figured I'd call in. I wanted to point out to the board that there are specific criteria in the code for approval of setback modifications, and the general intent is to ensure that new construction can occur consistent with the historic development pattern. So I'd encourage the board to take a look at those. And then my other comments are just I support the scale of the building, and I think that the stepping down to one story as it goes to the west is helpful and consistent with the neighborhood patterns. And with the two houses we're building across the street, we tried to do the same. And the one further to the west is actually scaled down a little bit as well. We support the garage. One suggestion that I will make to Kurt is to consider pushing the garage back towards the rear setback, and even request a rear setback modification to push it back as far as possible, so that it's less prominently featured. And then I have a lot of confidence that Kurt will do a very nice job with all of the details. But I would be interested to know in particular what is proposed for the garage door, and just make sure that that starts out as something nice, because I'm sure Kurt will make it something nice, but and I'm sure that the current intended owner will do something nice, but years down the road, somebody could change it out. And so I'd like to see that it starts out as something very nice. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. We have one more caller on the line on this item. Her name is Crystal Hunt. Ms. Hunt, you have the floor with the commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hi, how are you? I'm Crystal Hunt, and my husband and I are actually the buyers of the property. We moved to Gainesville last year from New York City. My husband's a physician. I'm a nurse practitioner. We are looking forward to being part of the neighborhood. We were also very mindful in facilitating the design with Kurt, and trying to maintain the historic feel as much as possible, because that's actually, that was originally my goal. I wanted to move in that area, and then we were able to somehow find this land, this area, and secure it, because we really wanted Kurt to build us a house. We had seen a lot of his work, and it was really liked his work a lot. I know that the house is it's larger. Everything that we put and the size of it was very calculated, to try to accommodate both what my husband and I desired, but also so that, it could hopefully maintain the historic feel. I know that, yes, because of the space, it does take up some of the other area, but all kind of squeezed into that particular lot. Now, some of the other lots, like across the street, the lot size is almost the same, relatively the same square footage, and they're building like two structures that, maybe don't necessarily have the same dimension as the feel of this house on the outside. And the pool, we've kind of squeezed in the smallest size pool. Like the average size swimming pool is very large, and so really 10 feet is like the widest of the small that you can put on the property, so it's an actual swimming pool. And so that's kind of, if you look at the average swimming pools in other places, they're much larger. There's some other pools in Duck Pond, and they're actually 16 feet wide and what's the 30 feet. So we've got a tiny pool width that still fits within the setback requirements. I think legally, for safety reasons, the pool has to be like 4 or 5 feet from the from the fence and obviously from the house for safety reasons. So anyways, of course, we are obviously, since we're the buyers, my husband and I are in support of the motion to approve the house.
Reiterate, we did a lot of work to
we did.
This neighborhood. We ended up actually initially we had the lot to the on the corner was it ended up not working out. My wife did a lot of work to find the the owners of this lot, who actually ended up being also a doctor at University of Florida, and who was willing to part ways with it. So we were ended up it's been a long process just to get to this point. And I have to admit, with the design, I really my wife did most of it, and I agree with it. And I've just made little changes here and there, but we're it's just the two of us. We spent the last 10 years kind of moving around. We were in New York, no family there. Impossible to have kids with no family and living paying that much money to live. So we are planning to expand a little bit. So that's why the kind of larger size of the house.
Excuse me.
A one story really just wouldn't.
Excuse me, I'm sorry if I can interject.
Yeah, I think you need to identify yourself.
I'm so sorry to do this, but we're limited to 3 minutes per caller. It's up to the chair if we want to continue this conversation.
Okay, we apologize.
Or take questions. It's up to the chair.
Thank you.
Also, Willie or Jay, a Q&A popped up from James Witten. I don't know if you saw that on your screen, a Q&A from James Witten. I'm not sure who that is, if that's the caller or somebody else, is in the chat.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It says it was online. If you're willing to allow a 4-foot setback on the east side, would it also be allowable for a 4-foot setback on the west side?
Well, the bylaws are you're not obligated to answer questions, but you very well could answer questions. That includes the current caller.
And the current caller, I know it started out as the home, the couple that wants to buy the home, but I only heard the first name of the.
It was Crystal Hunt was her name. I don't know.
And then her husband, I believe,
Crystal Hunt
popped on.
Yeah,
Yes.
Harold Hunt.
Thank you.
Harold
Would you
Hunt.
like
Yeah,
to still hear from them?
Jay?
What's the board's? Would the board like to hear some more?
I'm not opposed.
Okay, they can continue.
Anyone else?
No, I'd like to hear what they thought of, if they've been listening in, about any of the thoughts of how to,
The three changes, the 3 change options we offered.
Right.
Okay. Well, let's treat it as though the husband is a new caller, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but Mr. Hunt, we'll go ahead and give you 3 minutes as well. Whenever you're ready, sir.
So do you mind just restate the options for me, just so I'm clear?
We're just looking for a couple feet to lose setback. The pool doesn't sound like a great option for you. You said 10 feet is the minimum. The other option was a 1-car garage, much bigger, or the middle of the house. We're looking for 2 feet.
So if I could, I wanted to add on that to refresh my husband's memory. So the house, as I mentioned, it was a very calculated design. I thought every single thing through as far as the amount of space there, and in regards to that, say the space in the breezeway, which is where the bathroom is, it makes the house a convertible option, because some people like to have their main bedroom or living space downstairs. And we, however, wanted to be upstairs. but just in case we plan on being in the neighborhood forever. We wanted this to be our forever home. And just in the case, the worst case scenario, if we ever had to move and rent the place out, especially because the area is ideal for students, then the students somebody would have the option to have a full bathroom downstairs. And then there's a little space by that bathroom in the kitchen that's a flex space. So it would be, that if it had to be a rental, which would be the worst case scenario, then it would be just like an easier place, something more flexible for other people that were going to move in it in the future, either families or rentals or whatever. But we have no intention of leaving. It's just that's, I tried to think every single detail through before while we were designing it.
What if you took off 6 inches in 4 different places across the structure? 6 inches from the living room, from the walkway, from your eating area, and then from your bathroom area, and that would equal 2 feet. Each area only loses 6 inches, and you won't really notice it, and you get the setback.
So again, in regards to the space, although for right there, that house might seem like a larger square footage. I mean, just across the street, there's other houses that are larger than that. They're actually like a 3,200 square feet houses in right there in the duck pond that are, it just, like I said, the space is equivalent.
I think what my wife is saying is she doesn't like any of those options. For me, I'm sitting over here thinking I could be able to park with 6 to 8 inches off on the side and 6 to 8 inches off the pool, which can give you potentially 1 to 1.5 extra foot. She's also shaking her head at that. So probably we have to talk to Kurt about it and get back to you guys.
Okay.
We'll be able to work something out, but we'll have to talk it out a little bit more and deliberate amongst ourselves.
Well, I think it's important that we hear from both of you. You would prefer a continuance rather than us giving the option of change. So you'd prefer continuance working with Kurt. That's what you're saying. Dr. and Mrs.
Yeah,
Hunt?
Again, I'm not sure what the option is. I don't understand why there can't be any flexibility in, a little bit of
there's already a lot of flexibility in a 4 foot is flexibility.
Okay, I'm sorry to interject again, but that is time for both
so that's fine.
Mr. and Mrs.
That's
Hunt.
fine. So Kurt will explain it to us in detail.
We'll get back to him.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you
I
for
would
your
like
time.
to propose a continuance then, because per the clients, it sounds like they'd prefer a continuance.
Well, I'm the applicant, and I would prefer conditions, and then I can continue it without. Also,
okay.
So, also, just keep in mind, within the year, you guys have approved a 2 foot setback for me on 3rd Street. I think this situation is unique. I don't think it's setting a precedent. If we could take the rake overhang back to 12 inches or even 8 inches on that side, I think that would reduce the distance off the property line of the actual structure. I hope you guys can consider that, what you've approved for me in the past, kind of led me to, applying with this request, and I only would request something that I feel is appropriate for the neighborhood. I hope you guys all know my work, and I'm not trying to force an issue by any means. I think that this is consistent. The site conditions are makes sense for this request.
So are we making a motion that we approve it with the condition that we have a 4-foot setback on the east side?
Is that,
That's what I believe Kirk recommended, so yes.
Well, I would like you guys to consider the 2-foot before you do that.
well, I think that's what we've kind of been talking over at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we've considered it.
Okay, one way we've done this in the past, we could always take a straw poll vote. Who would vote for the 2-foot? And then we proceed with 4, if that's the case.
Sir, just out of abundance of caution, there are no other public commenters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do I get a vote?
Your public opinion, I believe, is, or your applicant opinion, I believe, is noted.
Okay.
Yep. All right. It sounds to me like most people are leaning towards not wanting to accept 2 feet. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Straw poll vote, that's correct. Anyone else?
I'm gonna say that we didn't hear from the neighbor at all on this, correct? The one that on the 2-foot side.
No.
You know, this one, because of the scale and the rhythm of the street, I'm okay with it. I feel like we have room over there. It's not creating an issue. Knowing other properties in the neighborhood, I don't have an issue with the 2-foot.
Well, are we doing an actual straw vote? Because it would just
Well,
be
it sounds like we need to. That's
That sounds right.
We can move forward. Sal, could you possibly do a roll call for us?
Sure. Member Hausauer? Member Hausauer?
Oh,
I believe you're on mute.
wait. Now can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. Okay, that's a no. Member Massey?
No.
Member Hazen?
We're voting that would not approve it as is, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna say yes.
Member Lucas?
Yes.
Member Hawk?
Yes.
Member Hill? A thumbs up or a thumbs down? I don't see him on the call anymore. All right. Member Nesberg?
I do not approve.
No. Okay. Member Warner?
Bill, you're muted.
No. And Chair Reeves?
No.
It's 5 no's, 4 yeses.
That was pretty close.
I thought it was 5 and 3. Are you sure about that?
5, 2, 3.
Well, it's just a straw poll anyway, so
Yeah.
it's not a definitive vote.
There's only 8 of us on the call, right?
Yes, that's why I've got Member Hill down. Yeah, 3 yeses, 5 no's.
So are you guys able to approve a modification of the setback for the pool? That was one thing, if that could slide over, I just don't know if you guys have the authority on that. I mean, maybe you do.
I don't believe we do, but there
No.
may be a way you can get a variance on that.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys could do the 4-foot on the west and then also mention the pool being able to slide over, I could at least see what the building department or planning says as it goes through the permitting process.
I think that's acceptable if you can get that approval.
Isn't that a health and safety thing more than anything else, though? I don't know that we have any say in.
No. We're not saying that we have say, but if we say we would agree to that if they can get the variance from health and safety, that we don't have.
I am
Wait a
definitely
minute.
not going to approve saying that we have any say in health and safety, even if they get the
No,
approval.
no.
Thank you.
No, if our objective is the 4-foot offset or setback there, if whatever happens at the other end is a separate issue than what we're talking about.
Okay. Based on the vote, then I think we need to go ahead and make a motion and continue on.
Well, yeah, either that or if you could, because if you give me the, approved with the 4-foot on that west, at least give me the option to try to do a redesign with the owner, with the buyers. And if not, I can continue it and reapply. So that would be my preference.
So I wanted to jump in really quickly. Sorry. I would just recommend, and I try not to jump in with these, but I would just recommend that the board just continue. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion surrounding this, and a little bit of concern. So I just think I would just recommend that you just continue it. I don't like the idea of, the board recommending modifications and then leaving that to staff to kind of decide. We already know how the board feels about staff's decisions regarding fencing, so I definitely would just recommend that you just continue it, allow the applicant to work with the owners to try to make those modifications to meet some of the comments that you've made or address some of those comments.
I don't think we were recommending that staff approve it. I think
I know, but I just wanted to just make sure. I wanted to just make that statement. So
let's be very specific with our continuance. Say we could agree. I mean, we could agree to approve with conditions. And I think, again, they can downsize the house, the garage, as long as we're getting the 4-foot setback on the west side. I think we all agreed that otherwise we're fine with this design.
Yes.
And so we're really just talking about that. So if they can accommodate by shrinking the structure and they're carving out some spaces, that way we're not holding them in limbo.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I would prefer.
I'll make a motion.
Go, Michelle.
I'd like to make a motion to approve petition HP-20-59 with the conditions that the west side setback will be at a minimum of 4 feet. That can be accomplished by one, downsizing the garage, downsizing some of the square footage of the house.
But do we have to specify how they do it?
No. Keep it clean.
Yeah.
I think that's good, right?
That we just.
That includes accepting the modifications for the front and rear.
I'm okay with those.
You need to include that as part of the motion then.
Just so you guys know, to put your mind at ease, if it was going to be modified, it would be consistent to the overall look. The look wouldn't change. It would all be proportional. And I wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize the look of the house.
I have confidence in that. So
I'd like to second the motion that Michelle made that we proceed with everything else you said except for the 4 feet.
Wait, Nicole, I have to add on to my motion, and that is to also accept the setback changes to the north and to the south as being acceptable. We are only modifying the setback on the west side to a minimum of 4 feet. Correct? Good.
Second.
Perfect.
Okay, Sal, I guess we're ready.
Okay, and so just to recap, the motion is to accept with the conditions. The first condition being that you are accepting the front and rear requested setback. And the second, that the west setback be no less than 4 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Member Hausauer?
Aye.
Member Massey?
Aye.
Member Hazen?
Aye.
Member Lucas?
Aye.
Member Hawk? Member Hawk, I believe you're muted.
Sorry.
It's okay. Member Hill, is he on the call? Okay, he did say he had to jump off to go to work, so. Member Nesberg?
Aye.
Member Warner?
Aye.
Member Reeves?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Good luck.
Good night.
All righty, on to the next one. Petition HP-20-63, Witten Roofing, agent for Anthony Ackrell, owner, certificate of appropriateness to replace an asphalt shingle with 5V crimp metal roofing located at 717 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This building is a contributing structure to the Northeast Residential Historic District.
Give me just a sec to pull this up on my screen here. Okay, this is a property that is zoned U3 in the Southeast Historic District. The request is to replace the shingle roof with a 5V crimp galvanized metal roofing. Currently, the roofing is asphalt. Staff analysis, staff finds that although metal roofing was not typically found on historic homes in the district, its durability has made it an increasingly popular choice for roofing material. The board has recognized this trend and allowed for the use of standing seam metal roof on historic structures in this district. As 5V crimp metal roofing was historically typically found only on outbuildings, its use on contributing structures is inappropriate. Staff finds that the requested action as presented is substantially consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards and the Historic Preservation, Rehabilitation, and Design guidelines, and recommends the approval of HP 20-65 with the condition that the metal roof be standing seam in design. Thank you.
I would like to comment, please.
Yep.
So historically, V-crimp metal roofing has been around since the 1850s, and it is the oldest style for iron or steel-based roofing. Your standing seam was primarily copper or lead, and even in the 1920s, the house was built in 1928. 5V crimp was fairly substantial throughout the United States and featured in almost every catalog as a mainstream product, not only on outbuildings but on homes as well.
Okay.
I just don't understand a comment about how it would be not historically appropriate. You know, it's the oldest type of steel roofing as far as metal roofing is designed, and you know, the standing seam that is you guys are referring to now is not even close to being historically appropriate to what it would have been in the 1920s. You would have had a 12-inch wide piece by 24 or maybe 36 inches. I think the radius they span was 5 foot long, and they came in panels, but that was primarily in copper.
I don't think though I mean, if I can speak to that, I don't think that we saw 5V crimp have existed on some structures, but on more substantial historic structures, I don't believe we did see the 5V crimp. We would see other materials.
The 5V crimp predates your metal stamp shingles. Those came about after the 5V crimp. And yes, those were popular in the historic district in the Duck Pond, but the 5V crimp does predate it.
The 5V crimp, that's tough because
No, that's not true.
The studies I've read, the V crimp came about in 1850s out of Britain, and it was turned into a 5V crimp, I think, in 1890. Those metal shingles came about in the early 1910, 1920 area.
Yeah, and it's a ubiquitous shed roof, a very low cost, very appropriate to the most modest of structures.
So they didn't use, I mean, 5V did come about because of its low cost and easy installation. The rigidness of the crimping of the metal that made it take off mostly. From my understanding, from what I've read on reports of it, it's
Mr. Witten, you just got muted. I didn't hear all of what you were saying. You're on mute right now.
Yeah, I'm aware my dog decided that she was gonna have a tantrum and start barking. I was trying not to.
Okay.
But back to my point, I don't believe that the 5E wouldn't be historically appropriate because it absolutely was used and it was mainstream back in the 1920s. You know, you have a colonial style rectangular house. It's not a craftsman or Victorian in style.
For a primary structure in the duck pond area, 5V crimp is not an appropriate material. It's perfectly fine for a shed.
So it's a low pitch roof, so the visibility would be minor. And you also have the art studio behind the house that has the 5V crimp, and we would like both of the structures to match.
Again, for a secondary structure, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, is there any other board comment?
So I don't understand the historical context, and why would it be approved for a secondary structure? It's
the difference between a primary structure and a secondary structure. If you have a shed or a studio or any other secondary structure behind the house, that would be a reasonable
I understand
material.
what you're referring to as a secondary structure, but why would it be approved for a secondary structure? Is it because of the life expectancy, longevity? Because, you know, the quality of the materials, it shouldn't be questioned. I don't follow why only a secondary structure. What historical context would it be only? Because it was on buildings, on main buildings in the 1920s and even predating that.
It was on many, many structures. It was a ubiquitous material. It was very popular all over the country and a very good material for very modest and secondary structures.
So the applicant's position is that it was on primary structures, and Bill, you're letting us know that it was not really primary structures?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. For the duck pond area, now we have plenty of that as a mixed bag in Pleasant Street and over in the Fifth Avenue area. But in the duck pond, there was no 5E crimp on a primary structure.
And this structure that we're talking about is a two-story brick house, yes?
Yeah.
Not brick, wood.
No?
We have a picture of it?
Yeah, it's a very nice house.
Did I miss the picture of it? Is there a picture?
No, I looked it up online.
Oh.
I have a picture. I can screen share it.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
So it's a basic, you know, gable to gable roof. You do have a hip there on the side, and there is a back valley dormer with 2 valleys.
And they just don't want to go to the expense of a standing seam?
Well, he wants to match the art studio in the rear.
So he wants to match a secondary structure?
The secondary structure is here. be this art studio here, which is 5V crimp.
Did you find a primary structure in the neighborhood with the similar roofing?
I know there are primary structures in the duck pond with 5V crimp. I would have to find one, but I know they exist. And I know there's at least 2 or 3 of them. And we have had one approved in the past, but I think that was 10 or 12 years ago.
Yeah, I can tell you there was one down 4th Avenue that we approved because predating the Preservation Review Board, 5E crimp was already on the roof. However, it was not the original roof.
So standing seam is more in kind with this area.
I wouldn't agree that the standing seam is historically correct there, because you didn't have that
It was a
standing seam
question.
except for on bay windows, and that was primarily copper or little porches. You didn't have no primary structure with standing seam roof, with my knowledge, unless you can point one to me. Is there a primary structure in the duck pond that originally had standing seam on it?
I'm going to have to agree. I don't know that standing seam is there. I think typically, if you look at historic materials that were used for roofing in the duck pond neighborhood, you had the tent,
shingles,
the metal shingles, you had the asbestos, and I've seen the cedar shakes. As far as other roofing material, I haven't seen anything other than those 3. And the 5V crimp, I can't think of a single structure that would have been originally that there was any evidence of 5V crimp on in this particular neighborhood. We did see 5V crimp in neighborhoods like Pleasant Street. Those homes were not as substantially built as the duck pond homes when they were built, and we did see 5V crimp, in that neighborhood that was probably original to the home. But in the duck pond, I can't think of a single structure that would have been originally 5V.
But we
And I believe we had historically some corrugated roofs as well in Gainesville that would have been historic as well. Corrugated metal, but
I
don't
think
know if
Michelle's
any-
making the point to the neighborhood. I think her point is to the specific neighborhood, not that they didn't exist.
That's right. And we, just so you know too, like we actually specifically, when we're making judgments on, Duck Pond is seen a little bit differently than Pleasant Street. They're different neighborhoods. And so, we have actually in Pleasant Street looked at 5B crimp as being an acceptable material. In Duck Pond, I don't believe we've approved a 5B crimp to my recollection.
So what's the basis for approving the standing seam?
I think that then somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we have the 10 shingles that are there, it closely replicates that. It's a closer.
Stamp and embossed shingle represents a standing seam roof. That's okay. That design is not even close to being similar.
It's a higher quality roofing is, I think, maybe one of the points. It's a cleaner look, more high-end look, maybe.
I mean, there's houses in Micanopy with the 5E crimp that has been there for 80 years.
Yeah.
Not relevant.
Yeah.
Harkins back to a different neighborhood, I believe.
I'm just trying to figure out why you would approve standing seam versus 5V, because there is no historical context for the standing seam in the duck pond.
There are structures. I actually own a standing seam. Yep, is in the duck pond.
And there's no precedent for 5E crimp as a primary structure.
And I think we have been faced with this before, where the owners did not want to go through the expense of putting on a standing seam. I'm thinking specifically of the Bailey House on 6th Street. And I know, if I'm remembering that one, the owner did not want to go through the expense of the standing seam and looked at doing just a shingle, which would be appropriate for the neighborhood. So I guess, we just need to make a motion whether we're going to, if you want to continue, I think it's a long shot that anybody would approve the 5V crimp on this particular structure, especially because the roof line is so, it's really, you can really notice it from the street. So in this particular, and in the neighborhood, I don't believe we've approved a 5 feet crimp. So, I mean,
We haven't.
so if the applicant would like to do either standing seam, I mean, it looks like it's just shingle now, and if they want to switch to standing seam, that seems like something we have approved and that would be appropriate, or they can continue with the architectural shingle. Is there, I mean, it looks like what's in front of us is to approve 5 feet crimp. So that's, I guess.
So you can approve it with the condition that it be switched to standing seam, and I'll present that to the owner and we'll see where it goes. But I still am unclear with what house historically had standing seam on it. I know you've approved it in the past for primary structures. I just don't know what primary structure had it on it originally. I don't understand where your approvals come from. I feel like you're just picking a type of material and deciding, well, we're just going to approve this one with no historical context.
I think actually, you know, a lot of us have served on this board for a really long time, and I'm hard pressed. I mean, perhaps if you'd like to, you know, come up with something, but, you know, for a lot of us that have been on this board, it's just not a material that's been approved in the neighborhood. So, you know, I think we are all very open if you'd like us to, you know, because a change of materials will need approval from us as a board. And I think, you know, if you want to approve that we are okay with standing seam, or the owner can go back with a shingle roof, I think either of those would be fine. And then the owner can decide what he thinks is best.
Yeah. So I'm perfectly fine doing the approval on condition it being switched to standing seam. That's perfectly fine. I just still was wondering why standing seam was chosen over 5 feet crimp.
Fair enough. Come to the next meeting and show us the proof.
Sure. Absolutely.
We're happy to see it.
Okay. You ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Oh, except I can't find, wait a minute. Hold on. No, somebody's gonna have to do it. I can't find.
I'll make
Okay. Yeah, we got petition HP 20-63, Witten Roofing. Move to approve the use of 5E crimp or, I'm sorry, upstanding seam or architectural grade shingle.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Camella.
Hold on, sir, just to say no public comment. I believe that's the order.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Hausauer?
Aye.
Member Massey?
Aye.
Member Hazen?
Aye.
Member Lucas?
Aye.
Member Hawk?
Aye.
Member Nesberg?
Aye.
Member Warner?
Aye.
Chair Reeves?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I'd also like to thank Mr. Witten for his time. That was very good information.
Okay.
All right, last petition under new business. Petition HP-20-65, Godwin Green Roofing, agent for Joseph Montalto, Jr., owner. Certificate of appropriateness to replace shingle and metal roof with Gulf Rib 26-gauge 5V crimp galvanized metal roofing located at 301 Southeast 7th Street. That's the Magnolia Bed and Breakfast. This building is a contributing structure to the Southeast Historic District.
You pull this here. So this is a contributing structure to the Southeast District, currently zoned U3. This request is to replace a shingle roof with 5B crimp galvanized metal. And again, although the metal roof was not typically found on historic homes in Gainesville, the board has recognized this trend and allowed for the use of standing seam metal roofing on historic structures, but found that 5V crimp was historically typically found on outbuildings, and that it's inappropriate on contributing historic structures. And just to add a little bit more to that conversation, I will look it up for you and see if I can send it out to the board later. But the board and the city had this discussion, I believe in 2011, is when the board started allowing standing seam roofs. So I will try to find some of that backup material for the board in the future. But staff finds that the requested action as presented is substantially consistent with the Secretary of the Interior Standards and the Historic Preservation, Rehabilitation, and Design Guidelines, and is recommending approval of HP 20-65 with the condition that the metal roof be standing seam in design. Thank you.
Well, I think we pretty well just had the discussion on the previous motion, so what does everyone think of this on the bed and breakfast?
I think it'd be entirely hypocritical not to go with what we just said.
Yep.
Is there somebody here to represent them, or do we just need to
Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Miigwetch.
I will say basically the only thing that is different about this one is that the back rear porch of the house already has 5V crimp on it, but it's not the front porch, I don't believe.
Well, I think it would be a mistake to allow the whole building to have it.
We had the
based on that
for a house in Northeast, I think it was Northeast 6th Street a few years ago, where there was one portion of the house, and I believe we denied that request.
Yeah, the only thing that has gotten, just to be totally clear, the only thing that's gotten approved was a house on 4th Avenue at near 9th Street that year before the Preservation Review Board existed, a 5V crimp roof was put on, and the petitioner requested that a porch cover to the back or north side be done with 5V crimp, and that was allowed there, but the primary roof was already 5V.
So is the question, we continue this or just straight out deny this? Because there's no representation.
I think we deny it I think we approve it with the condition that it be standing seam, just like the staff recommended.
That's what I would ask, because this is needing to be done for insurance reasons quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Make a motion that HP 20-65 be approved with the condition that the roofing material be standing seam and not 5V.
Or
second.
Or asphalt shingles.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Kamal?
Member Hausauer?
Aye.
Member Massey?
Aye.
Member Hazen?
Aye.
Member Lucas?
Aye.
Member Hawk?
Aye.
Member Nesberg?
Aye.
Member Warner?
Aye.
Chairman Reeves?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Say that.
No.
So we did have a couple of people who wanted to talk at public comment.
It's off.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So we did have a couple of people that were asked to be on the agenda to speak at public comment. Mr. Anglin?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
I get the feeling you can't.
Sir, can you hear me currently?
There you go. I hear you. Yes.
Okay. I believe this is Gary Anglin, who is the under the item, and he is being treated as an applicant, so he will have as much time as he needs. And the contributing document is attached to the agenda.
Okay, are we starting with, I'm looking at 7 sheets of plans. Do you have PDFs of plans with you?
Yes.
I'm asking the board if they.
On the agenda, there's a link for the PDF under the public comment for Gary Anglin.
Yes, it starts with a 1-page attachment A from Anglin Company, Construction Company, and then it continues on with plans.
Correct. Okay, very good. Okay, now I assume that no one's read attachment A, so I need to start with it. And I mean, I need to just give you the concept, or have you already read attachment A?
I've read it.
I've read it. We get it in advance. Thank you.
All right. So this property is just north of the Checkers Drive-In behind Taco Bell. It's about 2 blocks north, University Heights North. On the north side of this property, this is vacant land. This is a
Still there?
We lost him.
Mr. Anglin, you're on mute. I can't imagine Willie. Yeah, there, you're back.
Okay.
There we go. I apologize. It's the weather
All
over
right.
here.
Okay. All right. Did you hear the part about behind Checkers drive-through?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I've been doing so. I've been drawing the architectural plans. I've been working with Sergio at EDA about the site plan, and I am not asking for any formal approval right now. I think what I wanted to do, Sergio suggested that I go to the board because this is historical area. So I wanted to show you my plans and see what you thought of the concept and the style that I proposed for this historic district. On this land, I am proposing instead, I'm zoned for 12 or 13 units, but a long building with a quarter down the middle with condos on each side was what I was ending up with to get 12 or 13 units. And I didn't like it. It was too much like a hotel, and I didn't like the interior quarters. So real quickly, what I have here are 2 buildings. The parking lot on the ground floor, the parking is on the north half of the property. If you open the ground floor plan, sheet 2, you will see to the left, which is north, you see the parking lot. Am I being heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, so in the center area is open, and that's where the stairwells are. And to the right, to the south, are 2 condos on the first floor with a front porch. Now, if we go to the next plan, up, sheet 3. At that level, on the north side to the left, there are 2 condos above the parking lot with a front porch. On the other side, on the south there's 2 condos. All the condos have the same floor plans. I have 10 condos total, not the 12 or 13 allowed by U6. Between the 2 porches is a covered walkway with stairs going down. All the people go up the stairs and then turn north or turn south to go to their porches. So to the south, to the right, there's 3 stories of condos, 2, 4, 6. To the north, condos are on the 2nd, 3rd floors, 1, 2, 3, 4. To look at them, if we went to the middle of the lot and look south, go to sheet number 5. You with me?
With you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sheet 5. All right, now we're looking straight on at the building facade, the front of it, and we're looking south, and there's a porch there. There's the outline of the elevated walkway. This building is going to have a 30-inch flat projection for an overhang. It's going to have a 24-gauge standing seam metal roof. There are tall windows. There's a horizontal band, decorative band at the 2nd and 3rd floor levels. There are, on the right and left sides, there's a balcony. There are decorative columns. And you can see the outline of the porch. This is a stucco building. From the street, if we look at sheet 4, that's on 9th Terrace. And that's looking east. North is to the left, south is to the right. South has 3 floors of condos. You can see the drive-through towards the north, and you can see the 2 floors of condos above the parking area on the north side, on the left side. Down low, between the 2 buildings, between the north and the south, there's a 10-foot high wall with all the tall fixed glass. Can you see it? Wanting to make sure you're hearing me.
Do you have a cursor? Do you have a cursor? I mean, you're pointing out that the 10-foot wall, and I'm looking at the plans that you've described. I mean, I don't.
I'm bringing up the plans. So.
Oh, thanks, Sal.
No problem.
I'm gonna miss you.
Okay. Well, are you on sheet 4?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On sheet 4, were you following me on the other sheets? Have you seen the other sheets yet?
Yeah.
No, once again, we get them in advance. We have them.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, we're on sheet 4 right now, and there's a wall 10 foot high that you can look over and see the elevated walkways beyond.
Yes, so the front of the building,
You can see the balconies. Pardon? We're looking at the side of the building here.
Can I just ask a question? So this is bringing tests for review just for an overall thing. It's really late. So like, I mean, are we just supposed to be giving, like, are you looking for on this as far as like generally our thoughts, or, because this will come back in front of us again? Is that right? Is this in a historic district?
And also, you're concentrating on this 10-foot wall for a reason. Maybe you could explain that and how this is historic.
That's not, that's just where I was in the presentation. That's not the important thing. No.
Okay, thank you.
No,
we're following you.
Okay. I think that's okay. Good deal. That's the street side elevation. And then the column and band details are on sheet 6.
Okay.
And so the concept is to have 2 buildings facing each other. One side's 3 stories, the other side's 2 stories. Stucco building, fluted columns. There's 8'8" ceilings, and all windows and porches. The parking is all on one side downstairs. You drive in from North 9th Street and exit on 9th Terrace. It's all one way driving. So that's it in a nutshell.
Now, Gary, did you say this is not in the historic district?
This is in University Heights North.
Oh, it is in University Heights North. Okay. Got it.
Yes. Yes, it's between 9th Street and 9th Terrace. The second block behind Checkers.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make
And
a
that little
recommendation.
strip there.
Yes.
I would say that the board might want to take a look at this and supply some written comments
Okay.
back to staff, and then staff can compile those and get those back to the applicant.
Okay. I'm good with
That's a
that.
good idea.
Give us a little
Very
time.
good.
Think it over.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
Sal, who do you think is going to take the lead on that?
It's either going to be Yvette or Jason.
Okay. Good suggestion.
I'd say probably set a deadline for, a week or so, and say if everybody can get some comments in by next Friday, we can compile those and those can go back out to the applicant.
Okay.
Email those to you, Sal, and you can.
Everybody has.
them over.
It'd probably be best to just email them to me because I've already been in contact with Mr. England, so I have his information.
Yeah, Mr. England, did you have another comment? Okay,
No, Mr. England has hung up.
okay.
Okay.
As far as the presentation goes, that is completed. So you may move on. Or as far as, public comment.
He might not be on the call anymore. Mr. Lightman.
Still here.
He is there. Okay. Then we will let you present if you want. I've turned off my screen share, so you can share with the board your comments.
That sounds great. I promise this will be the quickest item on your agenda tonight. I feel like I've learned a lot from you guys. My name's Eric Lightman. I'm a realtor here in Gainesville, and I don't have a proposal. I just had more of a relatively quick question for you guys. Sorry if my camera's a little bit dark there. But the question I have is I'm listing a property. I'm listing a property at 1102 Northwest 4th Avenue, and it's in the historic district. And the question was, assuming that all the zoning and land regulations are met, would the board be open to having an owner add on an existing house or ADU or addition in front with additions that are harmonious in scale with the contiguous properties there and harmonious with the architectural character of the existing structure? Are you guys still there?
You said specifically in front?
Yeah, in front. I've got a picture.
That property has a large lot in front.
What was that?
It
That
has a
property
large lot.
in front.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's got a large lot in front, and the property is built all the way, the house is built all the way on the back of the property. And I'm not an expert with the historical district. It was hard for me to identify the specific parts of the house that would be historical, but whatever is there, we would do it harmoniously with what's ever there. And the question is that the owner, as well as a couple of interested buyers had, is would an ADU or something else in front of it that's not completely blocking the house, but it would have to be built in front rather than in back on the side. Would that be a possibility with this particular property?
Well, my first opinion is, I mean, from this photo, we don't know sizes, and we don't have an option for knowing what kind of architecture would be built. I wouldn't be okay with just approving that you build something there without, more information personally.
Yeah, I am familiar with this lot, and I will say that it can be done in a way that's congruent and harmonious and beautiful and well done. It's a possibility, but it's not something that we can all say, yeah, you can do that right now. We wouldn't be able to say that. But I personally think it's a distinct possibility. There's a lot of room in the front of that lot, and the house is very I don't want to say symmetrical, but proportionate. It'd be fairly easy to build something that was in line with both that house and the surrounding area.
Great, yeah, and the owner and a couple of buyers have taken a look at it. There's no way to build on the back or the sides of the property because that's taken up. But thank you guys.
Good job, Sal.
No problem. Google Earth is magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the back and the sides are taken up. So the only potential possibility would be to add on to the front. I think it would probably help the overall feel of the property and add to, I think, what the feel that you guys want to have is. But it would potentially be blocking some part of that, that back structure there. So I'm not asking for any, definite yes or definite no, but I think that's something that would be helpful to know is, if it's in the realm of possibilities to do something on there.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. There's nothing that distinctive about the architecture of that building, so I think you could do something else there that's compatible with it, as long as you didn't completely obscure it. I'd say it's conceptually possible.
Great. Last question is, does it matter to you guys whether it's an ADU or another unit or an addition to the house? Assuming all of the other congruencies are met. Or it's harmonious.
If it's of a very large size, an addition to the house may not be the way to go. You might want to consider doing a separate structure.
Okay, great.
An alternative might be bringing an element forward on the east side of that, and perhaps even physically attaching the roof structure, depending on what got proposed, or to avoid having the footprint at ground level be separate, but conceivably attached, in fact. And step down, you have the element on the left there that appears to be one story. If you came forward with a one-story element, it could similarly attach going back.
Excellent. Thank you, Bill, for that idea too. That's very helpful. Well, great. If there's any other comments, that's great. I don't want to hold you up. I know that it's late for everybody. So.
Okay. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Bye, Eric.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. What's next?
Can we move to, I guess, the solar discussion? I know the city attorney is on the call. I don't know if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, I would suggest we do.
All right. So based on board comment, I kind of put some stuff together for you here to consider what the board, how the board wants to treat the review of solar arrays. And so in your packet, I gave you the actual statute, which is referred to as the Florida Solar Rights Act. So it's got the language in there. The National Park Service's technical preservation brief on solar, the installation of solar on historic buildings. So there's some definite guidelines on where it should be. And I also sent out a questionnaire to our sister cities, our Florida certified local governments. And I asked them the 4 questions. How are you interpreting the effective operations of solar collectors? 2, do you have specific language in your guidelines which dictate solar collector placement? And if so, where can we find them? 3, have you had any of your decisions challenged in court? If so, what were the specific outcomes? And 4, what other considerations or insights into specific cases where you have encountered a request for solar on highly visible frontages of historic structures? And so we didn't get that many responses. We got 4 responses, and they're pretty much all over the place. So what I've determined really, and I've made some other calls to some other cities after we sent this out and got these responses back, is that cities in Florida are considering it all kinds of different ways. Some are strictly saying we don't want to review it. It's not in our purview. We're not even going to look at it. Others are saying it, kind of what our guidelines do say, which is it shouldn't be on highly visible elevations of the building. And then some others are saying we're very, very strict about it. We absolutely don't allow it. And, we just kind of hope we don't get challenged in court. So what I think the board needs to do is really discuss how this board specifically wants to handle that. And I'm glad, Sean, you're on the call because I think really knowing what we can do, and I know all cities handle it differently, so they don't open themselves up to lawsuits. The board really, I think, needs to take a position and have an official position on how they're going to review it, keeping in mind, what our guidelines say. And I do have somewhere in here, I have our guidelines too, which, as you guys know, they shouldn't be placed on visible roof portions that are visible from the right of way. They should be in a manner that doesn't detract from the historic character of the property, and they do not obscure or significantly damage the structure or setting. So I will open that up to you guys, and if you want to ask Sean any questions, or if you got any questions for me, we can talk about it.
Can you go to the previous slide? I want to see what Key West said. Sorry.
So Key West had an interesting thing. They said they really don't have a problem with the solar. This statute really hits them as far as painting roofs. They've had a lot of requests to paint roofs, and they were challenged in court. And the judge said that because white paint is reflective, it is considered an energy-saving device. And they had to revise their guidelines to allow for the painting of roofs white, but they still don't allow any other colors.
Okay.
That's a consideration that I don't think we'd even considered about how this statute affects us.
But they didn't really answer you per se on the solar panels.
No, they said they're challenged with it, but they didn't really say, as far as the panels, they've had that much of a problem.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I think we're looking for a guideline. Sean McDermott, are you the attorney who's going to inform us?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, good evening. I see some familiar, friendly faces, some new ones. It's good to be with you guys virtually. Yeah, so this, I mean, the long story short with this is, this is that there is, of course, the state statute that has not necessarily the most clear language. You can see it right there under subsection 1. With the key words being, I think, as you know, like that cities essentially can't do anything that prohibits or has the effect of prohibiting the installation of solar energy collectors. So that's like the the key language right there. And the issue becomes, there's not a lot, as Sal mentioned, there's not a lot of case law that's been had that, essentially the courts ultimately are in charge of interpreting this language. And it always helps when there's some case law out there that can help us like get some parameters, but the bottom line is there's not. And so so given that, what this language doesn't say is it doesn't say we can't do anything. It doesn't say that we can't have regulations, and in fact, like Sal mentioned, we do. And so the key thing is going to be pressing the regulations that we do have as much as we can. I think the practical concern is going to be, though, when applicants counter any request by staff or your board, and just have a solar expert stand up and say like, oh no, everything you want us to do has the effect of prohibiting the installation of the solar array. And so that's not an easy task to navigate when, because when you guys hold are quasi judicial hearings. And so the way those work is the petitioner or the applicant, they have the initial burden of proof to show that by presenting evidence, competent substantial evidence, they have the burden to show that they meet whatever criteria is necessary, or that they qualify for, for something like this under state law. So once they meet that burden just by presenting evidence, then it becomes the city's or any other affected party's responsibility to counter that evidence with counter evidence if we see so fit. And in that, if we present enough competent substantial evidence that counters that evidence that was presented by the applicant, then that's where the board weighs the evidence and makes a decision. The practical concern here, like I said, is with that, the applicants just get up, have a solar expert kind of just blanket state that, you can't do anything under the historic regs because it's going to prohibit the installation of this. And then the city and your board doesn't have really any type of counter evidence to present to say, no, that's not the case. At least as it stands now. It gets a little more difficult because, the way some cities handle similar issues to this, in the way that the city of Gainesville does, I'm just thinking with like the installation of lighting, like a lighting installation plan for any type of development that occurs. There's like really detailed lighting regulations that have to be met. And it's so detailed and so involved that it's beyond the expertise of any given staff member with the city. And so what our code does allow, and I'm not sure how often we avail ourselves of this, but the code does allow for us to hire our own like independent outside expert, so to speak, to weigh in on the applicant's just assertions that they meet the code with this, technical lighting requirements. So something like that could be done here, where it's just something to think about. If this becomes like a big problem that you're constantly dealing with, ultimately we could build something into the code that gives the city, the discretion to hire our own like third party solar expert, just to make sure that the applicant is not just kind of blowing smoke. So that's like potentially an ultimate solution if it really becomes a problem. But in the meantime, I wouldn't be, hesitant of pushing back and trying to enforce our regs to the best you can. And then, really kind of hold their feet to the fire and let them make the case specifically, as specifically as possible, rather than just blanket statements. But let them make the case of when you're really getting into the realm of, no, this is really going to prohibit us from being able to install solar. So, yeah, I don't know if that really helps by providing context, but there is some kind of gray area wiggle room that you'll have to navigate on any particular application with this, just because of this state law.
Can I ask you a question, Sean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It seems to me, and I've had limited experience with this, so someone else might want to jump in too, but the two things we come up against are, well, it'll cost more money if we do it a different way, or it won't be 100% efficient if we do it a different way. But do either of those two things rise to the standard of not being able to do the solar? In other words, if they have to configure it on a different roof and that do more panels because of shade or whatever, I mean, if they can still do it, fine. But does costing me more money equate to you're telling me I can't do it?
I mean, and that's where I would say, my legal advice would be no. I mean, the words itself in the statute are prohibits or the effect of prohibiting. It's not, so that's a pretty high threshold. It's not saying it has the effect that it hinders the solar installation, okay, or that the solar installation wouldn't be as ideal as it otherwise could be. Okay. But it's the effect of prohibiting, which is, so I would look at that with, you have some discretion there of like, okay, holding their feet to the fire of like, does this, I'm sorry if it's going to hinder your installation, but will this?
But we're not prohibiting you from.
Yeah, but will this prohibit your installation?
It's going to cost you a little bit more money, or you need more panels on a different roof.
Right, and okay, just the cost of money. I mean, maybe they could make the case. I'm just thinking hypothetically that it'll cost, and I'm not an expert. I have no experience with solar stuff, but if it had the increased cost was so much that it literally makes no economic sense to install the solar panel, that potentially could have the effect of prohibiting the installation. But I guess maybe the biggest thing to keep in your mind is to really make them show that to you. Like really make them like flesh out those details. Like I wouldn't just necessarily take blanket statements of, oh no, this has the effect of prohibiting. And I don't know if any applicants do that, but I wouldn't. Feel free to press them and elaborate on that. Show us how much.
I think what we get is it's the law. You have to let us do it. Is basically what they say.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just went over the words. So yeah. I mean, and there's no, like I said, there's like I think one case I saw and it was not really helpful on interpreting these words in any given situation. So prohibits or has the effect of prohibiting, and that's pretty plain English. I would hold it to them.
Okay.
So could we tell them to present us the cost change and then submit it to legal so that you could have a professional review it to help make a decision on it?
Well, my office wouldn't be in necessarily in that role. That's more of like the decision maker's discretion. If they present evidence of, the financial implications of moving or whatever, that's all evidence that I think you as a board just need to weigh. In other words, I can't tell you where the line, the bright line is for any given application where, no, this would run afoul of the law. I can give the general advice like I just have, and I'm happy to always do it in the future. But ultimately, the board is just going to need to make that decision. That's what the board is here for, based on the evidence that was submitted. So, again, it's pretty plain English. I wouldn't try to get too intimidated by somebody saying this is the law, this is the way it's got to be. So if whatever evidence that they, you rightfully can have them present to you, you can make that kind of, it's almost commonsensical decisions of, is this going to have the effect of prohibiting the installation of this solar array?
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's really good. Thank you.
Thank
you. I find that I'm concerned about the person comes into the duck pond, decides they want to go off grid, and they go, well, I need every inch of roof covered to achieve my objective. And we go, no, that will completely alter the character of your house. And they go, well, I got a right to do it. At what point is there a point, or do we just wait till that happens and we try to stop it?
It already happened on the house across the street from you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's an example of a pretty extreme coverage, and I see. Well, that one, in one sense, it kind of works. It's a dark panel against a dark roof. If you've got a tile, Spanish stucco, barrel tile roof, and you want to cover all of that with panels, that does really alter the character of the property. So, so case by case, how much it alters what you're looking at will vary.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else got any questions?
I had one question. I think it's worth pushing back and occasionally fighting people who don't necessarily want to hold to our guidelines. If it comes to it that we as a board want to stick by a decision and an applicant decides to take that to court, is the city going to stand behind us?
Yeah, well, that's exactly my office's role, is to defend board decisions and city employee decisions, and I'm involved in multiple of those right now. Generally, not so much with the Historic Preservation Board, but other boards. So yes, that's exactly it. Our land development code prior to court involves, or it gives the opportunity to do an administrative challenge, it's called. So there's a less onerous, quicker, less expensive means to try to challenge decisions. And then ultimately after that, it could end up in court. But yes, quick answer is that's what our office does, is defends board's decisions.
But John, before it gets to that, wouldn't it have to go to the process? Normally, it would have to be appealed to the city commission. If they went straight to court, even administratively, wouldn't that just be thrown out because they hadn't gone to the city commission and kind of followed their due recourse? Or can they jump right to going to a legal situation?
That's what our announcement says.
Yeah, there's a doctrine of it's called doctrine of the exhaustion of administrative remedies, and it's more of a jurisdictional issue.
That sounds like a fun read.
It is. It's more of a jurisdictional issue for courts, but like we always would press that before you jump to bringing this in a circuit court action, you have to exhaust your administrative remedies. 9 times out of 10, the circuit court would honor that and require the litigants to do that. But it is, when I say so, it's a jurisdictional issue for the courts. In other words, like we can't tell the court what to do, but we can bring that up as a defense, and they generally will send it back down.
And then the bigger question then is, would the city commission back our decision?
I don't know if, maybe Sal, you'd know that. That's news to me. I'm not as familiar anymore with the historic guidelines, but no other boards get appealed to the city commission.
Yeah, I believe the HPB still gets appealed to the city commission, and Yvette might want to jump in if I'm wrong. But
Short of it is, we've had wins and losses. You know, there've been people that have appealed and the city didn't go with us. And then likewise, as upheld the board.
yeah, and it's really just based on the the composition of the commission. What I find a lot of times is when things get appealed to city commissions, the commissions usually just bounce them back to the board and say, well, rehear this and listen to their evidence, because they don't want to make a decision on it.
Yeah. There's always there's pros and cons, I'll say, of having anything appealed to politicians.
You think?
Especially this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, my brain is done. My brain can absorb nothing else.
And thank you for compiling all that information for
Yes,
us.
thank you very much. That's what we needed, to stand firm.
And thank you, Sean, for being here late into the night with us.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my pleasure.
Thank you, Sean.
Good to see
right.
you, Sean.
Yeah, you too. Take care, you guys.
Bye.
All
right.
I do have one more board thing though for you guys. Member Hill wrote that letter that we talked about at the last meeting. Tonight emailed it out to all of you. So if you would take a look at it and give any notes you've got, that's another thing. If you want to email that back to Yvette, if you're okay with it, or if you've got any changes you'd like to see, or if you feel that it's something the board could or couldn't, or should or shouldn't send to the city commission, let them know.
Okay. When do you need to have that back?
I'd say give it about a week and I say by next Friday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, just try to get that, soon.
Really simple, Seminary Lane, don't develop it kind of template.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, and he's got that basic template there. So whatever, you want to add to it or whatever.
And Sal, that's not the final thing.
Well, yeah. Yep.
No.
No, I think that's just, where he wanted to start for discussion. So you could add or subtract.
No, I meant you.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're all referencing you and your email of today.
And
Yes.
I 100% will miss you. Like your contribution.
I will miss you guys too. And I'm sorry. I the one regret is that I didn't get a chance to work more closely with, with each of you. But it's just, it was, like I said, it was a very hard decision. But for me, it's just the right decision right now. And I do still support the program, and I'm always here. I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and I think this board can do a lot. I just think, unfortunately, given, the unique circumstances we're in, I just was not able to do it right now.
So did I get that right? You're moving within the city though?
No. I actually accepted an offer to go back to Fernandina Beach.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, I know one thing, you're not going to miss the 4-hour meetings.
They have long meetings that run long too.
We're sending you off with a nice long one, Sal. Your number of meetings was small, but your duration exceeded anything in the last.
I'm pretty sure this is the longest one to date.
Oh my God!
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, one more time. Huge shout out to Sal, man.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys.
What you've done in the amount of time you've been here. Oh, I love it. I'm missing you already.
We're all moving to Fernandina Beach.
It's an island. It's great. Come on down.
Yeah, I know where to find you.
But yeah, I'll still be tuning in and watching you guys and cheering you on. So if you've ever got anything, please reach out to me.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you.
Sal.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Wait, we need to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, yes.
Also, did we skip over the COA report, the September staff approved?
They only approved one fence, so we'll let them slide. I saw that.
All right. Now there's one. Now there is one more.
Technically don't adjourn. Does that mean Sal technically isn't leaving?
I already tried that.
Can't adjourn yet. We have one more item.
Bill's got one more item.
What?
No, we all need to be aware that Thursday, this is just in one sentence, having to do with ADUs. accessory dwelling units. There is an effort to allow more than one, and this is in single family, not in multifamily zoning. In single family, to have more than one unit in association with a primary dwelling, and a motion to not require that it be owner occupied. That, what that does is, and it affects us profoundly, but it affects every single family residential area in the city. And it essentially does away with single family zoning. Every family, it means you can have 2 or 3 units anywhere. That's the effort of this comes up Thursday afternoon. We all need to weigh in on it. That's it.
Complex in the backyard. That's what it's going to do.
So what it allows for is 2 additional accessory dwelling units, one attached and one detached, each with a maximum size of 850 square feet. And also, as Bill said, they're also recommending that the owner occupancy requirement be removed. And so it's going to the City Commission on September 3rd for second reading. They approved it at first reading. What they approved was not what staff put forward. It was changes that were made at the meeting. So again, it's going for second reading on September 3rd.
That effectively is making single family, multifamily.
One of the big concerns I have about that, we went through this about 2 or 3 years ago in Fernandina Beach. And one of the considerations that we sent to the board was that we understand about, the importance of ADUs and, having people be able to occupy them and rent them out. But we felt that for the historic districts, that homeowner aspect of it was really important. That in the historic districts, at least, the property should be homesteaded so that there is an owner on site. And otherwise, what we felt was that it could have the effect to drastically change traditional neighborhoods like historic districts, because once you lose that ownership and it becomes all rentals, it changes the character of the neighborhood.
Agreed.
All right.
So is that a Zoom meeting on the 3rd? Because I'm still sitting in
Yeah,
my travel
yeah.
trailer in New Hampshire.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Thanks, Bill.
How do we get
It looked on.
How do we get the link to go onto that Zoom meeting, or not the link, but the public comment part?
You can find the calendar.
I'll send you that
calendar. Says e-comment only.
If someone can send it to me, that would be awesome.
Yvette, can we just send that link out to all the board members?
Yes, I'll actually try to do that now.
Thank you, Yvette.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to adjourn?
I don't know. It's only 2 hours to midnight. I think we should keep at it.
Like to eat dinner, please.
If I had a gavel, we'd be done.
Thanks, Sal. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. All right. Who's making the motion? We got to make a motion.
I did.
Oh, you did? Did someone?
Second.
Oh.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Peace.
I'm leaving.
All right.